Are you curious to see the other side of Borneo Island? An adventure to the tale of Borneo must be on your list. Coastal area of Paloh in Sambas district is Indonesia's longest nesting beach. Coast of Paloh is a home to 4 out of 6 sea turtle species in Indonesia, such as green sea turtle, hawksbill sea turtle, olive ridley sea turtle, and leatherback sea turtle. You will be a part of an effort to rescue this marine ancient wildlife and join a rescuer team to mitigate a decrease in number of sea turtle population globally. Together with local sea turtle rescuers. WWF Indonesia West Kalimantan program to involve the identifications of its population, threats, as well as to monitor it. You will meet Zac Efron from Baywatch in real world. Let us be a part in this project to save the earth.
Dapat menjejakkan kaki di Paloh, Kabupaten Sambas, Kalimantan Barat adalah sebuah kebahagiaan dan keistimewaan. Selain dapat menikmati suasana pantai yang asri, di sini saya juga bisa menyaksikan dan belajar langsung tentang penyu yang merupakan satwa purba dan dilindungi. Pantai peneluran penyu di Paloh memiliki panjang sekitar 63 km dan menjadi salah satu pantai peneluran penyu utama di Indonesia. Di setiap tahunnya, lebih dari 3.700 individu penyu naik ke pantai Paloh. Sebagian besar didominasi oleh jenis penyu hijau atau yang dalam bahasa lokal disebut kambau. Pada malam hari, saya diajak menyusuri pesisir pantai dengan menyaksikan penyu yang naik ke darat untuk bertelur. Ini pertama kali bagi saya melihat langsung penyu di alam liar yang merupakan habitat mereka. Agar peluang untuk menyaksikan peristiwa alami tersebut cukup besar, lebih tepat jika datang ke Paloh ketika musim peneluran, yakni pada bulan Mei hingga Oktober. Beberapa kelompok masyarakat siap mendampingi kita untuk melihat penyu. Mereka akan memandu kita melihat penyu bertelur yang sesuai dengan prosedur pengamatan satwa. Tujuannya supaya penyu tidak terganggu akibat keberadaan kita. Terdapat sekitar 100 butir yang akan dikeluarkan penyu betina dalam sekali kegiatan peneluran. Kurang lebih 50 hari kemudian, telur-telur itu menetas dan lahirlah tukik atau anak penyu. Kita juga bisa melepas liarkan tukik ke pantai. Semua ini adalah pemandangan yang menakjubkan dan tidak mudah lekang dari ingatan. Jejak kecil mereka di pantai terhapus oleh ombak. Namun, harapan agar mereka bertahan hidup di alam liar senantiasa tersemat di benak saya.
Pendapat saya pribadi lah ya, untuk edukasi di camp di pos monitoring Sungai Belacan ya, bagus lah ya. Soalnya kan dengan banyaknya pengunjung, kita bisa memberikan edukasi tentang penyu yang dilindungi, ataupun cara melepaskan tukik harus tepat waktunya. Kalau pagi sekali, kalau sore ya di bawah jam 5. Nah, kita beri kasih tahu yang kayak kalau monitoring, cara pencahayaannya harus dikurangi. Kalau di hari-hari libur, misalnya di hari libur lah ya ramai. Tapi kalau tidak hari libur, Sabtu Minggu lah yang nanti ada juga lah tapi tidak ramai. Ya. Harapan kedepannya untuk kita lah untuk tim monitoring ada bantuan dari luar, dari kawan-kawan kelompok wahana bahari juga untuk supaya lebih tercover lah kayak wisatanya. Kalau cuma kami berdua tim monitoring kan tidak mampu ya untuk meladeni orang yang kalau terlalu ramai.
Untukkan kelompok konservasi yang ada di Desa Sububus ada 3 kelompok yang menangani daerah konservasi. Pertama, kelompok Wahana Bahari, Kambau Borneo, Kampak Lestari. Ada 3 kelompok yang mengelola daerah pariwisata. Pariwisata konservasi yang di situ ada penyunya. Tempat penyu bertelur, kemudian ditetaskan, kemudian dilepaskan kembali. Kemudian desa melihat 3 kelompok yang mengelola itu sangat membantu pemerintahan dalam untuk menjaga kelestarian penyu untuk kedepannya. Dengan adanya 3 kelompok, alhamdulillah sampai sekarang konservasi penyu berjalan dengan lancar. Kemudian saya selaku kepala desa dan sudah berkoordinasi dengan kecamatan membuat satu slogan, seumur hidup melepaskan 1 tukik. Kalau belum melepaskan tukik, artinya belum datang di Desa Sububus.
Selain melihat penyu, kita juga bisa menikmati madu kelulut langsung dari sarangnya. Madu kelulut berasal dari spesies lebah tak bersengat. Rasa manis dan asam berpadu di lidah saat mencicipnya. Madu kelulut menjadi satu di antara cara kelompok masyarakat mengembangkan perekonomian mereka, sekaligus menunjang kegiatan konservasi penyu di Pantai Paloh. Tidak perlu khawatir terhadap kualitasnya. Proses produksi madu dari tahapan pencarian lebah, pembuatan sarang, pemanenan, hingga pengemasan telah melalui metode berkelanjutan dan ramah lingkungan. Pada waktu senggang, kita bisa menyantap daging kambing segar milik kelompok masyarakat. Dimasaknya sesuai dengan selera kita. Bisa dibakar, bisa digulai. Kalau kata orang Sambas, nyaman inyat. Sebagaimana madu, peternakan kambing juga merupakan cara kelompok masyarakat untuk menjadi mandiri dalam hal finansial. Hasil penjualan kambing sebagian akan digunakan untuk biaya operasional monitoring. Artinya, dengan berwisata ke Paloh, kita tidak hanya mendapatkan wawasan, kepuasan batin, dan pengalaman yang mengagumkan, tetapi juga mendukung kelompok masyarakat yang akhirnya berkontribusi langsung terhadap pelestarian penyu dan pengawasan Pantai Paloh.
Kawasan konservasi pesisir dan pulau-pulau kecil itu adalah sebagian dari wilayah pesisir yang demikian luas yang mempunyai keunikan ekosistem yang harus kita lindungi, yang harus kita lestarikan, yang harus kita jaga supaya bisa dikelola, dimanfaatkan oleh kita semua atas asas keberlanjutan. Nah, itu di dalam SK Menteri itu tentunya sudah ada klasifikasinya atau kategori zona-zonanya. Yang pertama adalah zona inti, di mana zona itu adalah zona yang memang sangat dijaga, tidak boleh ada aktivitas manusia di situ. Kemudian yang kedua adalah zona pemanfaatan, ya. Yang ketiga adalah zona lainnya di luar zona inti dan pemanfaatan tadi.
Pengelolaan kawasan konservasi bertujuan untuk melindungi, melestarikan, dan memulihkan serta memanfaatkan sumber daya dalam kawasan konservasi sesuai dengan peruntukan zonasi, dengan harapan dapat memberikan dampak positif terhadap pelestarian dan keberlanjutan ekosistem serta sumber daya target untuk kesejahteraan masyarakat. Kawasan konservasi pesisir dan pulau-pulau kecil, Taman Pesisir Paloh, memiliki potensi wisata edukasi penyu. Hal ini didukung oleh pesisir Paloh merupakan pantai peneluran penyu yang terpanjang di Indonesia. Dukungan stakeholder seperti pemerintah daerah, kabupaten, kota maupun provinsi, kemudian dari NGO, WWF, kelompok masyarakat, maupun dari Kementerian Kelautan dan Perikanan juga sudah berkembang di sana. Saat ini kelompok masyarakat lokal di sana sudah mulai melakukan kegiatan pengembangan wisata, edukasi, serta melakukan kegiatan konservasi penyu. Kami berharap dengan adanya wisata edukasi ini diharapkan dapat menjadi mata pencaharian alternatif bagi masyarakat untuk dapat meningkatkan taraf ekonomi dan kesejahteraan masyarakat setempat dengan tetap menjaga kualitas lingkungan. Melalui pendekatan taraf ekonomi ini diharapkan masyarakat dapat semakin semangat untuk melestarikan, melindungi, dan menjaga ekosistem serta populasi penyu sebagai target konservasi di Taman Pesisir Paloh dan perairan di sekitarnya.
Di sini, jauh dari hiruk-pikuk keramaian, ada rasa tenang dan kegembiraan alami. Di sini, saya tersadar sepenuhnya untuk menjadi manusia yang turut menjaga alam. Di pesisir Paloh ini, saya bersatu dan berpadu dengan bumi beserta isinya. Menjaga penyu, menjaga alam, menjaga kehidupan.
Are you curious to see the other side of Borneo Island? An adventure to the tail of Borneo must be on your list. Coastal area of Paloh in Sambas district is Indonesia's longest nesting beach. Coast of Paloh is a home to 4 out of 6 sea turtle species in Indonesia, such as green sea turtle, hawksbill sea turtle, olive ridley sea turtle, and leatherback sea turtle. You will be a part of an effort to rescue this marine ancient wildlife and join a rescuer team to mitigate a decrease in number of sea turtle population globally. Together with local sea turtle rescuers. WWF Indonesia West Kalimantan program to involve the identifications of its population, threats, as well as to monitor it. You will meet Jack Efron from Baywatch in real world. Let us be a part in this project to save the earth.
Dapat menjejakkan kaki di Paloh, Kabupaten Sambas, Kalimantan Barat adalah sebuah kebahagiaan dan keistimewaan. Selain dapat menikmati suasana pantai yang asri, di sini saya juga bisa menyaksikan dan belajar langsung tentang penyu yang merupakan satwa purba dan dilindungi. Pantai peneluran penyu di Paloh memiliki panjang sekitar 63 km dan menjadi salah satu pantai peneluran penyu utama di Indonesia. Di setiap tahunnya, lebih dari 3.700 individu penyu naik ke pantai Paloh. Sebagian besar didominasi oleh jenis penyu hijau atau yang dalam bahasa lokal disebut kambau. Pada malam hari, saya diajak menyusuri pesisir pantai dengan menyaksikan penyu yang naik ke darat untuk bertelur. Ini pertama kali bagi saya melihat langsung penyu di alam liar yang merupakan habitat mereka. Agar peluang untuk menyaksikan peristiwa alami tersebut cukup besar, lebih tepat jika datang ke Paloh ketika musim peneluran, yakni pada bulan Mei hingga Oktober. Beberapa kelompok masyarakat siap mendampingi kita untuk melihat penyu. Mereka akan memandu kita melihat penyu bertelur yang sesuai dengan prosedur pengamatan satwa. Tujuannya, supaya penyu tidak terganggu akibat keberadaan kita. Terdapat sekitar 100 butir yang akan dikeluarkan penyu betina dalam sekali kegiatan peneluran. Kurang lebih 50 hari kemudian, telur-telur itu menetas dan lahirlah tukik atau anak penyu. Kita juga bisa melepas liarkan tukik ke pantai.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Warm welcome to all participants. And we remind you to make sure to fill out the attendance list at registration table. And for the participant is attending in online, make sure your microphone is muted for the convenience. This event is going to start at 9 o'clock, so the participant, please enter the room and please be seated. Thank you. Once again, we inform all participants this event going to start at 9 o'clock, and please enter the room and don't forget to fill out the attendance list at registration table. And while we are waiting for the event to start, I remind for two attendants in online to make sure your microphone is muted for the convenience. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. The event is going to start. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. Peace be upon us all. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. The Honorable Director General of Marine Special Management, Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries, Republic of Indonesia, Victor Gustav Manopo, represented by Director of Conservation and Marine Biodiversity, Muhammad Firdaus Agung Kunto Kurniawan, the Honorable Executive Director Regional Secretary CTI CFF, Moh Kushairi bin Moh Rajudin, represented by Mr. Michael Tampongangoy as Program Service Department Officer, the Honorable Chief Operating Officer, WWF Indonesia, Lukas Adiakso, the honorable speakers, moderator, presenters, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, attending in person and attending online via Zoom or live streaming on YouTube channel Dijen Pengelolaan Ruang Laut. Praise be to God, because thanks to His grace, we can gather here and gain knowledge from incredible speakers. On behalf of the organizers, we would like to extend a warm welcome and express our gratitude for participating in the 2023 Indonesia Sea Turtle Symposium and the Greater Coral Triangle region. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Roka Pratama, acting as the Master of Ceremony of this symposium. The theme of symposium is the pathways of sea turtle conservation and studies in Indonesia and the Greater Triangle region, progress, current status, and future directions. This event is proudly presented by collaboration between Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries, WWF Indonesia, and TACA. The symposium intends to first collect the results, the latest research related to the turtle resources and lessons learned from conservation efforts at the national and regional scale of the Coral Triangle. Second, provide recommendations for management policy materials for sea turtle species that need to be managed nationally and regionally. Third, bridging science with policy by bringing together scientists and turtle conservation practitioners with national and regional policymakers. Throughout today's June 14 and 15 in Grand Mercure Kemayoran Hotel Jakarta, we will be learning a lot of insights from distinguished speakers, and also symposium participants will share their paper. Okay, please give applause for this event. Ladies and gentlemen, to begin with, we would like to start this event by inviting everyone to pray together according to respective beliefs and religions. May this event go successful. Let's start praying. Praying is over, thank you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to read the agenda for our opening ceremony. First is the singing of the Indonesian national anthem. Second, the welcome speech by Executive Director Regional Secretary City ICFF, represented by Mr. Michael, and Chief Operating Officer WWF Indonesia. Third, the opening remark by Director General of Marine Special Management, Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries, Republic of Indonesia. Fourth, award announcement, and will be followed by photo session as the last opening ceremony, press conference, plenary session 1, panel presentation, poster session, winner announcement, and closing. We will also have a session of 5 Coral Triangle countries on turtle management, lessons learned this afternoon, and the grand final of the second Indonesia Smart Gear competition tomorrow. The honorable, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, to honor our country, please let's all rise for singing the Indonesian national anthem, Indonesia Raya. Attendees are requested to stand. Attendees, please be seated. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, now we move to the next agenda. It is the welcome speech by on behalf of the Executive Director Regional Secretary City ICFF, Mr. Michael Tampungangoy. Please proceed to the podium.
Thank you for the opportunity. Firstly, let me introduce myself. I'm Michael Pongangoy, Officer under Program Service Department of CTI CFF Regional Secretariat. The Executive Director regretfully conveys his apology as he is unable to attend this symposium. He sincerely wishes a smooth conduct of this event, and I am here to read as follows the remarks from the Executive Director, Dr. Muhammad Kusairi bin Muhammad Rajuddin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Honorable Mr. Victor Gustav Manopo, Director General for Marine Spatial Management, MMF, the CTI-CFF Threatened Species Working Group members, the organizer of this event, Department of Marine Conservation and Biodiversity, Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries, Republic of Indonesia, and WWF Indonesia, our project partners, key resource persons, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to all of you. I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to each and every one of you for gracing us with your presence today. On behalf of the CTI-CFF Regional Secretariat, I extend a warm welcome to this extraordinary 2023 Indonesia Sea Turtle Symposium. Your attendance here signifies our collective dedication to the protection of magnificent sea turtles that inhabit the waters of the Coral Triangle region. The Coral Triangle is a region of immense ecological significance, boosting unparalleled marine biodiversity. At the core of our efforts lies the CTI-CFF, a collaborative endeavor among 6 member countries aimed at addressing the challenge faced by this fragile ecosystem. Our mission is to promote sustainable development, conserve marine resources, and enhance the resilience of coastal communities. Within this mission, the conservation of sea turtles hold a special place. Sea turtles are not captivating creatures, but also vital contributors to the health of our oceans. These magnificent beings have graced our planet for millions of years. However, today they confront numbers of threats for their survival. The CTI-CFF acknowledges the urgency of protecting these endangered species and has proactively taken up the mantle of this conservation. Through our collaborative efforts, we strive to strengthen the protection of sea turtles by addressing the multifaceted challenges they face. Under the Regional Plan of Action 2.0, the CTI-CFF has identified key action and strategies to mitigate the various threats faced by sea turtles and promote their long survival. This action encompasses a wide range of initiatives, including habitat conservation and restoration, sustainable fisheries management, strengthening legislation and enforcement, community engagement and awareness, and research and monitoring. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fishery, Republic of Indonesia, and the Worldwide Fund for Nature Indonesia for their exceptional effort in organizing this significant event. Their unwavering dedication to the sea turtle conservation and their tireless endeavor to bring together experts and stakeholders from around the world are truly commendable. This symposium provides us with an infallible platform to exchange knowledge, share best practices, and forge partnership that will further advance our collective goals. I extend a warm appreciation to all participants, speakers, and panelists for gracing us with your expertise and insights. Your invaluable contribution will undoubtedly enrich our discussions and guide us toward innovative solutions. As we embark this symposium together, let us bear in mind that this conservation of sea turtle is not solely our responsibility, it is our duty. By joining forces, we can safeguard these magnificent creatures and secure a thriving future for the coral triangle and the generations to come. Once again, I extend my sincere thanks to each and every one of you for your presence here today. May this symposium be a resounding success in furthering our collective endeavors. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Michael, for the welcome speech. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite Chief Operating Officer WWF Indonesia, Lucas Adiakso, to also welcome all the participants here. Mr. Lucas, the floor is yours.
Excellencies, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it is really a pleasure to be here with all of you in the 2023 Indonesia Sea Turtle Symposium. We also specifically would like to congratulate the Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fishery, but also the Coral Triangle Initiatives for co-hosting this very prestigious event. And more particularly, I would like to convey my congratulations to the Ministry for the recent publication of the National Plan of Action 2022 to 24 and the accompanying guide, APANGI, which is essentially a tool to assess the management effectiveness of 20 marine species, including sea turtles. We are working together for sea turtle conservation, and in particular, WWF's role has gone a long way in supporting the work of the government of Indonesia and building very strong partnership with the Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fishery. A few of our recent monitoring has shown a little bit of that success. In Paloh and the island of Buru, there has been a recent monitoring that says 99% of the turtle nests were able to be safe from poaching. Another study that was published says that 59% of the bycatch of turtle from gillnet fisheries in Paloh has been reduced. This is a real example of the success of the turtle conservation efforts in Indonesia that is supported by grassroots activities. Lastly, we would like to wish you every success for the symposium, hoping that it will enhance our knowledge, exchange of experience, but also best practices for advancing coral conservation, turtle conservation in Indonesia, but also worldwide. With that, I'd like to end my remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lucas. Ladies and gentlemen, now is the opening remark by the Director General of Marine Special Management, Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries, Victor Gustav Manopo. Unfortunately, Mr. Victor unable to attend. Mr. Gustav delivered opening remark via video taping. And ladies and gentlemen, let's watch the video of Mr. Victor opening remark.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Yang saya hormati Eksekutif Direktur Regional Sekretari CTI CFF Dr. Muhammad Kushairi bin Muhammad Rajudin atau yang mewakili, CEO Yayasan WWF Indonesia Pak Aditya Bayunanda S. Sarjana Kehutanan MM, perwakilan negara anggota CTI CFF, para narasumber, akademisi, pakar konservasi, serta para hadirin peserta Symposium Penyu yang hadir secara offline maupun online. Puji syukur kita panjatkan kehadirat Tuhan Yang Maha Kuasa, karena pada hari ini kita bisa hadir dalam kegiatan yang sama-sama kita hadapi sekarang adalah 2003 Indonesian Sea Turtle Symposium and the Greater Coral Triangle Region. Bapak Ibu hadirin yang saya hormati, pertemuan ini sejalan dengan apa yang sedang didorong oleh Kementerian Kelautan dan Perikanan melalui 5 program prioritas ekonomi biru di dalam rangka menjaga kesehatan ekosistem laut, pemerataan pertumbuhan ekonomi di wilayah pesisir, hingga peningkatan kesejahteraan masyarakat. Seperti yang kita ketahui bersama bahwa 5 program ekonomi biru Kementerian Kelautan dan Perikanan tersebut meliputi memperluas kawasan konservasi laut, penangkapan ikan secara terukur berbasis kuota, pembangunan budidaya laut, pesisir dan darat yang berkelanjutan, pengawasan dan pengendalian kawasan pesisir dan pulau-pulau kecil, serta pembersihan sampah plastik di laut melalui gerakan partisipasi nelayan atau yang sering kita dengar Bulan Cinta Laut. Kelima program prioritas tersebut tidak hanya penting bagi keberlanjutan kehidupan manusia, namun juga keanekaragaman hayati laut yang dilindungi dan dikendalikan pemanfaatannya. Tentu saja menjadi prasyarat bagi laut yang sehat dan produktif. Penyu merupakan salah satu biota laut karismatik yang keberadaannya tergantung pada kesehatan laut dan kelestarian ekosistemnya. Indonesia merupakan jalur migrasi, tempat mencari makan, dan berkembang biak dari setidaknya 6 dari 7 spesies penyu di dunia. Namun demikian, beberapa dekade ke belakang, tren populasi penyu semakin menurun, sehingga semua jenis penyu masuk ke dalam daftar merah IUCN. Secara geografi, ke-6 jenis penyu telah ditetapkan sebagai jenis yang dilindungi penuh di Indonesia. Bapak Ibu hadirin yang saya hormati, pemerintah Indonesia menaruh perhatian yang serius terhadap perlindungan penyu. Secara khusus, Kementerian Kelautan dan Perikanan menjadikan penyu sebagai salah satu dari 18 jenis biota perairan yang dilindungi atau terancam punah yang diprioritaskan upaya konservasinya. Perlindungan juga dilakukan pada ekosistem dan habitat penyu. Di luar 28,9 juta hektar kawasan konservasi yang telah ada, pada tahun 2023 Kementerian Kelautan dan Perikanan menargetkan penambahan 200.000 hektar kawasan konservasi baru serta pengelolaan kawasan konservasi seluas 15,8 juta hektar. Pemerintah Indonesia juga telah menetapkan rencana aksi nasional konservasi penyu melalui keputusan Menteri Kelautan dan Perikanan nomor 65 tahun 2002 untuk periode tahun 2022 hingga 2024. Rencana aksi nasional ini menjadikan rujukan di dalam pengelolaan penyu di Indonesia sehingga dapat terkoordinasi dan terlaksana dengan baik. Namun kita menyadari bahwa menyusun rencana aksi nasional tidaklah cukup, mengingat penyu beraya jauh dan melampaui batas-batas negara. Dalam hal ini dibutuhkan pengelolaan bersama, co-management yang bersifat transnasional atau transboundary. Perumusan rencana aksi nasional dan regional ini membutuhkan dukungan dan keselarasan data ilmiah yang terkini. Sayangnya, studi atau data ilmiah tentang persebaran, jumlah populasi, aspek bioekologi, ancaman serta sosial ekonomi terhadap keberlangsungan penyu masih sangat terbatas. Hal ini menjadi tantangan bersama secara regional, khususnya pada kawasan segitiga terumbu karang. Oleh karena itu, Simposium penyu yang akan diselenggarakan selama 2 hari ini diharapkan dapat menjawab isu dan tantangan dalam konservasi penyu yang dikelompokkan menjadi 5 tema makalah, mulai dari status populasi dan habitat kritis, ancaman dan perburuan, kejadian terdampar, kebijakan dan isu sosial ekonomi. Bapak Ibu hadirin yang saya hormati, melengkapi agenda simposium hari ini juga akan diselenggarakan Indonesia Smart Gear Competition dan pembelajaran pengelolaan konservasi penyu di masing-masing negara wilayah segitiga terumbu karang. Dari seluruh rangkaian kegiatan simposium ini diharapkan kita dapat mengevaluasi status upaya konservasi dan pengetahuan kita tentang penyu di tingkat nasional dan regional. Dengan demikian, kita dapat merumuskan dengan lebih baik program konservasi penyu yang selaras dengan capaian, tantangan, dan status saat ini. Mengakhiri sambutan ini, saya mengucapkan selamat mengikuti kegiatan simposium, selamat berdiskusi, dan semoga kita dapat bertukar pikiran, wawasan, serta memberikan masukan dalam rangka menjaga, melestarikan, dan memanfaatkan sumber daya penyu yang lebih baik dan berkelanjutan di masa datang. Terima kasih. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Santi 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 Om.
Is officially open. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be displaying the short video about the sea turtle conservation, and so together let's enjoy watching the short video about sea turtle conservation. Wow, amazing video. Please give applause for this video, ladies and gentlemen. And we hope we can raise awareness and together protecting the sea turtle. Ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is presentation of the awards for 20 years dedication to sea turtle conservation to Mr. Agus Darmawan, Master of Science, and veterinarian Ibe Windia Atnyana, PhD. Allow me to read profile about Mr. Agus Darmawan. Mr. Agus Darmawan is senior expert of marine and coastal ecosystem for conservation and marine biodiversity directorate, Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries of Republic Indonesia. In 2010, he was awarded as the conservation champion from Germany government. He works on the sea turtle for more than 35 years. He published several publications and policy on the sea turtle conservation in Indonesia. Give applause for the Mr. Agus. And allow me to read. Please be seated first. Yeah. And allow me to read first about profile Mr. Ida Bagus Windia Atnyana, sea turtle expert and lecturer at veterinary medicine in Udayana University, Bali. Windia Atnyana is one of few senior Indonesian conservation experts who on a daily basis continues to bridge marine science with the application of marine conservation strategies, mostly for the protection of marine species, notably the sea turtles. highly respected by his peers over the many years, his efforts have yielded important successes with relevance for broader marine conservation. In 2005, Windia Adnyana facilitated the adoption by the Indonesian Hindu Dharma Council to declare use of marine species in Hindu ceremonies illegal under religious laws. For more than 20 years, now he has been the quiet but solid driver behind establishment of the network of marine species-based ecotourism in Indonesia. Please give applause for Mr. Ida. And we invite Mr. Ida and Mr. Agus proceed to the stage. And we invite Director of Conservation and Marine Biodiversity, Mr. Firdaus Agung, to present award to Mr. Agus and Mr. Widya. Photographers stand by to take a picture. Okay, give applause for Mr. Agus. Photographer stand by, take a picture. And next, award to Mr. Ida. Okay, give applause for Mr. Ida. And photo session, Mr. Firdaus, Mr. Ida, and Mr. Agus. Okay. Finish. Okay, thank you, Mr. Firdaus, Mr. Ida, Mr. Agus. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, for the documentation, we are going to have a photo session. All of participants, ladies and gentlemen, please let's stand up together, facing the stage. And photographer take the picture from the stage. Please stand up together. And there is a crew or my partner help to guide shaping the pose. We have three poses. First pose will be guided with my partner. Okay. Okay. Second pose. Let's right hand rise together. Yes, like this. Yes, like. Okay. I'm counting 3, 2, 1. Give your smile, the sweetest smile. Okay. The third pose. Yes. The turtle symbol. Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please give applause for all of us and please be seated. And thank you, my partners. Ladies and gentlemen, we are entering the first plenary session. In this session, the keynote speakers will present their materials followed by discussions, which will be led by Adriani Sunudin, Master of Science from Bogor Agricultural Institute as the moderator. To Mrs. Adriani, the floor is yours.
So, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen, to our distinguished speaker and also our VIPs, executive directors from WWF, CTI, CFF, and also the COO of WWF Indonesia, our honorable also speaker today, Bapak Firdaus Agung. I would like to start introducing him because today in this plenary speaker, we have a very tight agenda in these 2 days of symposium. These 2 days of symposium, actually, I would like to give a glimpse of a reward also to Pak Agus, who have, let's just say, 4 decades of work, hard work, since he was studying in undergraduate school at our university, IPB. He was one of the pioneer in studying sea turtle. So his hard work, studying endless days and months in Ujung Genteng, Sukabumi, observing the sea turtle nest, and also some individuals today, Pak, 40 years later, you see new seeds, new hopes for the future of sea turtle conservation, not just in Indonesia, not just for Asia Pacific region, but hopefully worldwide. So that's why you are entitled for the award. And to Guswin from the academic community, he also initiate and also inspired the work to integrate different disciplines to support the conservation of sea turtles. Because as endangered species, it requires not just one field of expertise from the veterinarian side, it also required some knowledge from the oceanography, from the, and maybe some parts of innovation that can be applied to support the species. So for this plenary speaker, I would like to first invite all the 3 distinguished speakers. The first would be Bapak Muhammad Firdaus Agung Kunto Kurniawan. Please, warm of applause for him. Bapak Firdaus, I would like to invite you to the podium. In the meantime, I would like to read your short bio. So he's a director for the conservation of marine biodiversity at the ministry since 2022. He already worked for several years and also in relation with the conservation of marine species in Indonesia. Some of work and some of direction that is needed nationally are being addressed by him. Some key infrastructure that might be needed for the nation effort to be collaborated can also be explained by him today. And the next presenter, we will have Dr. Alexander Ergos. He's a scientist from NOAA Pacific Island Fisheries Marine Center. He has studied marine turtle for the past 20 years. And in his study, please, in his study, he implement various approach, not just biological approach related with the healthy of the individuals, both females and male sea turtles, but he also implies and applied the newest technology like the satellite tracking, etc. And finally, our third speaker would be Dr. Imam Mustafa Zainuddin. Please, Pak Imam, he is the Director for Marine Conservation and Fisheries. He has been working for the past 20 years. And at present, he lead the initiative to support the successful conservation efforts in the 3 million hectares of new marine protected areas in Sunda Banda seascapes. So I would like to join them in the podium as well, and would like to say that this event will generally be divided into 2 sections. The first section will be all of the 3 presenters present your work, your guidance for our work in the sea turtle Indonesia, and the second session will be the discussion. So for each presenter, each of you will have 10 minutes of time to present. I'm so sorry for the very short time given, but given the fact of the importance and also the need to move forward, I hope this can allow us to focus on the very important thing that can be collaborated together. That's the main issue and the need for the present time. So for the presentation, this is will be the first mic to be used by Pak Firda first, and the second will be Alex, and the third will be Pak Imam. In the near the 10 minutes time, I will give a cue like this one. So you have 2 minutes left. And the second ting will be like the remaining 1 minute for you to prepare the closing remarks for your talk. After the first talk, I will give the floor to the second presenter and the third presenter. And finally, I would allow a 10-minute time for discussion. This will be prioritized to people here in the audience attending offline. And I'm hopeful that the committee would also support in maintain the conversation online, whether in Zoom or maybe in Zoom, if there are some interesting question or issues that needs to be addressed by the speaker here in the podium. So and the final session, finally after the discussion, I will read the summary and we can move on to the next presenters in the different plenary, in the different room in this hotel building. So I hope the instruction is clear, and I am giving the first wonderful opportunity to Pak Firda. The floor is yours.
Thank you. And please let me know when I reach my 5 minutes for first 5 minutes. Don't make it in last 2 minutes. Jadi Bapak sekalian, assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera, very good morning. We have presentation in English, but I consider most of us is bahasa Indonesia speaking, so let me and allow me to speak both in bahasa and in English to make sure that everybody get the message that I would like to deliver today. So the first thing, Bapak sekalian, let me reiterate what Pak DG said this morning, that Indonesia itu pusatnya biodiversity, dan Laut Indonesia, our ocean, have been serving us for food, for good services, protection, and anything that make our life sustainable. Jadi peran dari laut itu sangat penting, dan itu yang harus kita jaga, dan itu yang sekarang Pak Menteri menjalankan program Blue Economy 5 program priorities program. Yang pertama tentu Bapak sekalian sudah mendengar tadi dari Pak Dirjen. The first program is to expand our marine conservation area. Dan kita akan lihat nanti peran MPA ini di dalam menjaga marine turtle kita seperti apa. Lanjut, Bapak sekalian, next slide, or the third slide, please. Next. This is the essence or the philosophy of the work of conservation in Indonesia. So, considering the threat, considering the function, the services from ocean, from the biodiversity that become the basis for our life, we have to make sure that every level of biodiversity is addressed. Jadi Bapak sekalian, 3 levelnya harus selalu dikerjakan begitu ya. Dan itu nanti juga akan kelihatan dan konteksnya ketemu di dalam melindungi dan menjaga penyu. Jadi di level ekosistem, jadi ekosistemnya harus dijaga, jadi ekosistem penyu itu harus dilindungi. Kemudian penyunya sendiri ya, spesiesnya itu harus dilindungi, dan alhamdulillah di Indonesia itu semua spesies sudah dilindungi dan ditetapkan sebagai jenis yang mendapat perlindungan penuh. Dan ini berbeda dengan negara lain. So many other countries have different protection level of marine turtle. And even the CITES, the convention regulating the international trade, still give the permission to do the trade, although it is in the appendix 1. Jadi Bapak sekalian, kemudian yang terakhir level genetik. The last one is on genetic level. And we had a very good meeting yesterday on a cell bank project. This is really how genetic information can help the policymaker, the conservationist, the enforcement officer to make the better marine turtle conservation. Jadi 3 hal ini terus kita lakukan sehingga nanti kita bisa mendapatkan perlindungan spesiesnya, perlindungan jenisnya, perlindungan ekosistemnya, kemudian juga pemanfaatan secara berkelanjutan. Kalau dalam konteks penyu tentu adalah dengan pariwisata yang berkelanjutan, dan kemudian juga integritas daripada ekosistem itu baik di level genetik, spesies maupun habitat bisa tercapai. Lanjut. We have so many problem. All of us agree about this, and this is only relevant for Indonesia. It's relevant to every countries where turtle live and use their habitat. And in our region, in Coral Triangle, we have a special working group to work on a threatened species, where marine turtle is one of the priority species. So, yang pertama itu limited data. This is issue in everything, not only for conservation, not only for marine turtle. So data limitation, and then because of limited research also, because we have 2 champion just received award this morning, Pak Agus and Pak Guswin. They are several researchers, several practitioners that really put attention on marine turtle. And also population decrease because of the threat, because of the habitat degradation, and also there is an issue on institutional arrangement, and also economy on illegal use, pressure from tourism. So tourism is good, but also has a better potential also, so we need to manage this properly. And also for fisheries, we have so many bycatch and so many fishing practice that harmful to marine turtle. So this range of problem and issue need to be tackled, to be addressed, and the symposium is really a way of we can discuss this all together and to find the best way or the best practices that we can use and implement to conserve our marine turtle. Next, there are 6 priority, and these are in our national conservation plan, which is mentioned by the DG this morning, that we already established this plan. And improvement of data information and research is one of the priority, and this is one of activity that will support the symposium. We will gather the data that you have and you compile, collect, and then we will improve our effective management for the habitat conservation and management, and also how we can do the integrated conservation management with the broader landscape, broader seascape, and also broader sectors, and also increase role of the community, non-state actors, and then establish the strategic partnership with various parties. We have so many good colleagues, partners, friends here, and it's a good time to start and to increase what we have been doing to strengthen our collaboration. And of course, improvement of turtle rescue during strandling and or bycatch. That are 6 priorities that is included in our action plan. Next, this is the detail of the strategy and the action. I will let you to read by yourself and learn how we can do it integratively with all of your activities. But let me elaborate one part on the strengthen turtle studies and research. There are 3 main actions here: conducting the study, survey, research, collaboration. I will show you which part of Indonesia that we prioritize as a turtle conservation site in the next slide, and also perform routine data collection, monitoring to know the trend, to know the current situation, and to know the projection in the future of our site, and then conduct turtle studies and research, including the genetic information. This is the one that yesterday we discussed with colleague from Cell Bank Project, and we are very appreciate. We will get some support to do that, and our staff in the field can do better management on the genetic information of our turtle. Next, this is another strategy. I will let you read by yourself and learn more about this during the discussion. Next. And this is the other strategy. So we have at least 5 outcomes that need to be achieved in the next 5 years, and we have a 9 strategy. Next. This is what we have in terms of too fast. We have to come back to who is operating the screen? So some error. Please give me some more minute, moderator, due to this. Please freeze the time. Because of that.
I just freeze the time.
Yeah, please slide number 10.
Coba dipindah ke slide nomor 10.
So, Bapak Ibu sekalian, slide ini cukup penting. This slide is quite important because I will show you which part of our site that will be prioritized in the next 5 years. So, Bapak Ibu sekalian dapat melihat ya prioritas lokasinya di mana, kemudian Bapak Ibu sekalian bekerja di lokasi yang mana. Sehingga nanti kita bisa pastikan lokasi-lokasi prioritas tadi bisa kita jadikan sebagai lokasi unggulan dalam tanda petik kalau kita bicara konservasi penyu. So we have let's just continue. We have in the beginning we have a proposal of 77 sites to be a priority site for marine turtle conservation, and then we do some criteria analysis, selection process, and then finally we have 20 sites as a priority sites for marine turtle conservation in Indonesia, which located in 15 provinces. So, colleague friends, you can look at that site and see if you have the similar activity in that site, and you can have something that can be integrated with our effort to make sure that in the end of the reporting we will have a clear picture, even though we cannot represent the whole country nesting site or population information, but still we have 20 priority sites spread throughout the country from Sumatra to Papua. Very unfortunate the slide is not coming yet. Any progress on the slide 11 please, if you ready. Karena slide 11 ini cukup penting supaya diketahui oleh semua peserta. This is the 20 priority conservation site for marine turtle Indonesia. Bapak sekalian, kita punya 18 dan atau 20 spesies prioritas, dan setiap spesies kita akan memiliki map seperti ini. Jadi we have 20 priority species for conservation throughout the 5 years of midterm development plan, and every species will have this kind of map, and every species will have a certain information, the population, the trend, the threat, the conservation status, conservation management level, action, things like that. Jadi Bapak sekalian, nanti di dalam pelaporan keanekaragaman hayati, baik itu di tingkat nasional, di tingkat regional, maupun di tingkat global, kita akan menampilkan hal seperti ini. Memang kita tidak bisa cover ya seluruh Indonesia, tapi paling tidak setiap spesies itu ada representasinya. Jadi kalau ngomong kita mau melihat kinerja konservasi penyu di Indonesia itu seperti apa di Sumatera, nah inilah lokasi prioritasnya. Tapi bukan berarti lokasi yang lain tidak diperhatikan. So this represent 20 priority site, of course not fully representing the whole country situation, but at least we have the site that can show how the work is done and the performance is achieved. Next. The next one, Bapak Ibu sekalian, we also prioritize the habitat protection. We have 71 conservation area, and 35 of them, mean 50% of the existing designated MPA by the minister dedicated for marine turtle. Jadi 50% dari kawasan konservasi sudah ditetapkan oleh Pak Menteri ya, itu 71 lokasi, itu hampir separuhnya itu adalah untuk marine turtle. Jadi sebetulnya sudah cukup bagus begitu ya, dan ini harus kita maksimalkan gitu. Next, ini hanya beberapa contoh, just an example what we have been doing by our colleague in field office. It's 2021 during the pandemic, so walaupun di masa pandemi, Bapak Ibu sekalian, teman-teman di UPT terus melakukan upaya-upaya perlindungan penyu ini, dan alhamdulillah semua berjalan dengan lancar. Next. Kemudian ini ada beberapa contoh lagi yang dilakukan di beberapa tempat, khususnya di Denpasar, di Pontianak, dan juga di tempat-tempat lain yang berhubungan dengan melindungi nesting, kemudian juga memastikan hatching begitu ya, yang dilakukan di sana, termasuk juga edukasi dan awareness. Lanjut, next. This is another example how the community participate and take active role in the conservation of marine turtle. Kurma Aceh, one of the community group in Bali. Next, and this is another example, non-state actor contribution from Daihatsu, Penyu for Indonesia, marine turtle for Indonesia. Jadi lumayan lama ini, it has been since 2010, almost 10 or 12 years of work on this area, and it's very helpful and very productive to support the implementation in the field level. Next. Nah, kemudian yang terakhir, actually we need to know also how effective our work. So we have an instrument, we call it EPANJI, this evaluasi pengelolaan jenis ikan. Jadi how effective our species management, designated using the degree of Director General, dan kemudian hasilnya, the result evaluated by the team. Pak Agus Dermawan is one of the main actor here. 78,9, jadi lumayan baik ya, cukup bagus. Tetapi memang kalau kita lihat next, di detail nilai-nilainya, this is the detail of the evaluation. We can see the graph here, some part is good, some part still need to be improved. So that's why we are here to talk together and collaborate in more action to improve our effective management of marine turtle. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Warm of applause to our director. Despite the technical glitch that we just took place, I think it's a very well informed, and in general, the government already narrowed down from the vast Indonesian area and the very large ecosystem incorporated by the sea turtles to live their lives throughout their years. And these 20 sites are important for us to carefully design a concerted effort in managing the conservation of sea turtles. The next will be Dr. Alex Gauss. Maybe you have some ideas on the recent best practices applied in the region of Pacific Ocean, or maybe new technology that should be adopted and maybe required some certain implementation for the Indonesian parties to get involved in this sea turtle conservation and also ensure their population long lasts until as long as we live. So the floor is yours, Alex. Excuse me, apakah ada pointer untuk membantu pemaparan berpindah slide supaya lebih mudah?
Thank you so much. Okay. So I really appreciate the opportunity to be here. Thank you, KKP. Thank you, everyone, the organizers of this meeting, for inviting me and giving me this opportunity. I want to say, first of all, I'm here to learn, and these 2 days of symposiums are going to be fantastic to understand what is happening in Indonesia, as far as sea turtle research and conservation. And I think for myself, I work for NOAA, the Pacific Islands Fisheries Science Center, which is a federal agency in the U.S. And I'm a sea turtle expert. This is what I do for a living. And so I really want to offer my support for research throughout the country, both from all the way from a governmental level, all the way down to people working in the field. That's my goal here for the meeting. And I do want to say that I thought I had 15 to 20 minutes to speak, so I'm going to go really fast on some slides, so bear with me. And my Bahasa is terrible, so it's all in English. So I'm based out of Honolulu, Hawaii. We are responsible with researching and conserving sea turtles that inhabit the U.S. exclusive economic zone, which is here in red, but also turtles that travel into that zone from other areas, including from Indonesia. Let's see where the pointer is on this. Okay. So we're driven by two primary pieces of legislation at a government level in the U.S., and that's the Endangered Species Act, which really pushes us to research and conserve sea turtles. And our evaluations, even though it's a U.S. piece of legislation, they're global evaluations. And so things like the IUCN Red List draw from our evaluations because they're very robust. The second piece of legislation is the Magnuson-Stevens Fisheries Conservation Act. And this is for us to ensure that we have sustainable sources of seafood and that we're not we're limiting bycatch and mortality of endangered species, including sea turtles. And so this really raises two primary areas and issues for sea turtles, which is improving the population status and reducing human impacts. And we do that for 5 sea turtle species, but we also go beyond that and divide these into what are known as distinct population segments. And these are populations of sea turtles based on genetics, on movement ecology, threat scenarios. And so we'll have multiple, so in this case for green turtles, number 10 is threatened, whereas 7 and 9 are endangered, they're more threatened. And so this will change our approach to how we research these populations. And this has been done for loggerhead green and leatherback turtles, but not yet for olive ridley and hawksbill turtles. So we, as NOAA and the Pacific Islands Fisheries Science Center, do this in 2 ways. One is we actually do the research ourselves, but in many cases, such as in Indonesia, we partner with organizations and governments to carry out research so we can collectively learn about sea turtle populations. And so some examples are nesting beach conservation in Hawaii with green turtles, and understanding, this is the core data, nesting data, that allows us to project trends. And I share all this information with you so you understand our approach. I'm not saying this is how Indonesia should do it. I just want you to know what we do, and if you're interested in my collaboration, I'm here for that. So in genetics, so this is for hawksbill turtles, but looking at how Hawaii in this case might be different from other areas, so this is another tool. We do a lot of in-water monitoring as well, where we capture turtles, sample them, and do other types of abundance research. And a big tool for us is satellite telemetry. So this is to understand migrations, but also to understand habitat use for home ranges and areas where they're focusing. We also look at things like dive behavior and what habitats they're using underwater. And then as most of you know, sea turtles are temperature dependent, the sex of sea turtles as they incubate. And so a big area of research for us is establishing nest temperatures and how that's going to change over time with climate change. Are we going to, as warmer temperatures create more females, are we going to see increasingly female biased populations in the future, and what does that mean for sea turtles? And we do that by drawing blood and looking at things like testosterone levels to determine those types of things. Again, I'm sorry, I apologize for going so fast. I just didn't know I had such limited time. And then we look at things like female to male sex ratios in different areas of the Pacific to see how, establish a baseline and see how those might change over time. We also have a big stranding network specifically in Hawaii where we work with partners throughout the region to get stranded animals. And so then we can do research like the humeri bone, which is the bone coming out of the shoulder. You can age turtles and get some demographic information that can then be used to help model the population moving forward. We can also do things like diet studies and see what these animals are eating and help better understand the resource requirements. And then we do have a facility where we do some recovery when feasible, and we also do necropsies. We get a lot of turtles around the Hawaiian Islands strand because of fisheries, local fisheries, artisanal fisheries, and so we do that type of research as well. And then kind of moving into the more international level, we have a commercial longline fishery based out of Hawaii that is very lucrative and incurs pretty high levels of bycatch. And so you can see before 2000, I don't know if I have a pointer here, but before 2000 we had really high levels of bycatch, specifically of loggerhead and leatherback turtles, which are of great concern to us because they're critically endangered. And in 2001 we started implementing turtle conservation measures like circle hooks and cap limits on the amount of turtles that could be caught. And this has had really great results. So you can see the blue for leatherback and for loggerhead turtles. The blue is the bycatch prior to the conservation measures, and the red is after the conservation measures. So really effective bycatch reduction. And because we have those reductions, I mean, in those fisheries, we get a lot of turtles coming from other countries, including from Indonesia. And we obviously don't have the resources to do that. It also would not be appropriate for us to work directly in many of the countries where this is happening. So our whole goal is to, with our limited resources and staff, is to work with partners such as WWF Indonesia, working with KKP, and to grow that capacity and work on research together. I'm going to skip this example. This is for loggerhead turtles out of Japan, but they nest in, well, maybe I won't skip it. They nest in Japan and then come into Hawaii waters. So we work closely with Japan to understand those populations. You can see they migrate out from the nesting beach in Japan into the central North Pacific around Hawaii and even over to Mexico and the US. And so we work there with the Sea Turtle Association of Japan and provincial governments to understand nesting levels. We also look at bycatch issues in Japan, in Mexico, and then, as I mentioned, in Hawaii with the longline fishery. Other research we do is in Guam and the Marianas. This is a U.S. territory where there's green sea turtle nesting, and we've put satellite tags out on the nesting females, and we've seen that they depart into the Western Pacific. So we do a lot of work in the Philippines with groups like Lamave, who are several representatives are here. But we also see down in the south a couple of green turtles traveling into Indonesia. So this connectivity really compels us to work with Indonesia. And so some of the work, we know that gillnets are a threat to sea turtles throughout the world, not only sea turtles, but other elasmobranchs and birds as well. And so we've done work with WWF Indonesia in the area of Palau to reduce bycatch, and this was testing LED lights attached to the gillnets to see if they can reduce bycatch. And this is a technology that has worked in other areas of the world and did in fact work in Palau as well, where it greatly reduced sea turtle bycatch and also increased the target species capture, which is really important for this type of technology to be accepted. Fishermen have to be able to catch their target species. And really kind of what brings us, I think, one of the more compelling reasons why I'm here and why we've been working here in Indonesia for so long is this connectivity for leatherback turtles that travel really far. And the overwhelming majority, more than 75% of the nesting of West Pacific leatherback turtles occurs in Indonesia. So it's the most important country. The remaining 25% occurs in Papua New Guinea and Solomon Islands primarily. But you can see those turtles, some have traveled down to Australia and New Zealand, but a large contingency travels across through Hawaiian waters and into the U.S. West Coast. So it's a very compelling species for us to be involved here. And this population since the 1980s has had major declines, right? So we're very concerned about this species. And in fact, there was previously in the 1950s a really large population in Malaysia, 10,000 nests per year. This is in 1950. Today, 2 to 3 nests per year. So that population is gone, and we want to work with partners in Indonesia to make sure that this doesn't happen here in Indonesia. And part of what we've done as the government was we've highlighted the Pacific leatherback as what we call a species in the spotlight. So these are 9 species that we consider at the most risk and that we want to pay attention. We want to raise attention and increase resources, financing, things of that nature to help support this conservation. And obviously, like I mentioned earlier, Indonesia is really key for this effort. And so I know that the team here from UNIPA working in West Papua is here. I haven't been involved in that work, but I'm really excited to possibly do that in the future and to meet a lot of the team members that I know are here. This is the last major nesting colony in the Western Pacific, so really, really key for the future survival of the species. Another really important site where I have been more involved is working with WWF Indonesia in a site called Buru that is a more recent discovery and an also really important nesting beach. And we've done, there's more information being provided at the symposium on these different sites, so I encourage you to hear those talks and look at the posters. And we recently did some satellite telemetry from those individuals, the stars Buru, and we've seen that they go up to the Philippines, down into southern parts of Indonesia, but also one turtle that ventured all the way across the Indian Ocean off the coast of Madagascar. So really new research, and Retno is here, and she's actually doing her master's on this type of research. And so the idea is helping Indonesians publish research and get this out there for the world to see. And I think it's really important. And another area where we've collaborated with WWF Indonesia is the K Islands, where there's been a traditional hunt of leatherbacks, and they've done a fabulous job of reducing that hunt. And this is really important because these are adult leatherback turtles, and females in many cases, that would be returning to the nest 5 to 7 times per year and every 2 or 3 years. And so when you do kill an adult, you wipe out that whole reproductive potential. And so this has been a really fantastic effort led by WWF Indonesia that we've had the privilege of collaborating on. And so I just want to wrap up here with another species that we get in our fisheries in Honolulu, in Hawaii, and that's the olive ridley turtle. And we know from genetic analysis of those turtles that we catch that about 25% come from the Western Pacific, but we don't know where. And this is where, there is a large gap in the understanding of olive ridley nesting in Indonesia. So maybe many of you know, and hopefully I will learn from a lot of you, but that information is not available globally. So I really encourage the government and the people working in Indonesia to try to get their research more exposure on a global level. And I'm happy to help provide guidance on how to do that. So please, remember, Indonesia is really key for sea turtles and the species that I mentioned. I'm here again to build relationships, strengthen research, and really share expertise, and ideally build in-country capacity and help establish working groups. So that's how, that 20 minutes, I might have got under time, right? So, or did you just not ring the cup on? Thank you so much.
So it's a very interesting presentation, and olive ridley is quite interesting because they perform the obrigada. Yep, and they are in Indonesia. I've seen the obrigada events in Papua. Ladies and gentlemen, before we continue to the next presenter, I really would like to get these important seconds for us together to commemorate the legacy of Prof. Rick from Papua, who passed away last year, and his work bring a great legacy in supporting the improvement of particularly the leatherback sea turtle research and also conservation effort in Indonesia. I'm really sorry, and we are actually sorry for him not be able to attend, but his legacy will move on. So thank you, Rick, for mentioning some of his work in your presentation. So the next presenter will be Bapak Dr. Imam, and hopefully we are going to have some more insights on how to connect the guidance from the government and also some insights from the international partners, and also how WWF or maybe site partners can help or can develop some new options to develop conservation efforts at sites. The floor is yours, Pak Imam.
Thank you, Mbak Anjana. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, so I would like to say thank you to KKP and TAKA and also other partners to having me in here, and then we make this second Sea Turtle Symposium, if I was not mistaken, after the first time, I think more than 10 years ago. So I think this is one of the journey to go for the Sea Turtle Symposium now. Ladies and gentlemen, so I think this photo is this is my first photo when I got sea turtle bycatch when I follow the tuna long line from Bali. So this is sometimes is very proud of me, but sometimes give me this very sad situation. And because I start working on bycatch issues because I'm from fisheries background, and then my guru is Pak Guswin at that moment is leading for the sea turtle campaign for WWF. And there is some of the part for the threat for sea turtle that is still very few information at that moment. So I started from 2004, and this is my first photo I got it in 2004 when I followed the tuna long line. And I think the bycatch at this moment nobody really understand what the bycatch for sea turtle in Indonesia. At this moment more focus on the illegal poaching and trading. And but like a black hole for the information on the sea, and basically bycatch is a main definition, but the principle is that the bycatch is like a marine biota that unexpected that caught in the fishing gear, and I think many scientists mention right now that bycatch is one of the main of the threat for sea turtle, and I think Indonesia blessed as the high resources, and for fisheries itself, we in Indonesia have multi-fishing gear, multi-species, and we are is the second biggest producer country for capture fisheries in the world. So in the other side, this is very positive, but also of course there is high risk when we see in here that also the fishing ground is overlapping with the fisheries with the sea turtle habitat and migratory route. And there is three key fishing gear that highly potentially is on the bycatch, and the global community mentioned there's the three fishing gear is a long line. This is 1,000 of hook in Indonesia, at least like 1,000 to maybe more than 10,000 hook for long line in Indonesia for tuna long line in one fishing gear unit, yeah. And also for gill net, so I think 1,000 gill net also in Indonesia, and the global community give the nickname is like the seawall for the gill net. And also for trawl, in some cases there is a typical trawl that operated now in Indonesia is illegally actually. So I think this tricky fishing gear is highly concerned from the fisheries community and also sea turtle expert that this is become a threat, and there is many effort to find the solution on this. And the data, so as I mentioned before that very difficult to find the data on the bycatch in Indonesia, and I think because also it's not many organizations that focusing on the bycatch, and WWF is one of them that working on the bycatch, but it's up and down because this is also very costly. We from some of the fact, some of them is old data, but some of them is just new one. You can see from the screen that the global tuna long line, this is just comparison, yeah, for about 200,000 loggerhead and 50,000 leatherback turtle annually caught globally. But for Indonesia, a long line based on LIPI at the moment with Pak Karel, Takaendengan, in 2005 try to do assessment with support with WWF try to estimate about 6,000 to 19,000 sea turtle caught in tuna long line. But please note, at that moment we have like more than 2,000 tuna long line in Indonesia, and currently significantly reduced the number, yeah. And since that time we try to develop our organization to try to develop the capacity to set up the onboard observer or onboard observation that since 2005 to 2014 is the data. So we follow 71 ship with we observe more than 8 million hook and 5,000 setting in the ocean, and at that moment there is 627 bycatch sea turtle and dominated by olive ridley sea turtle, about 400 something, and then hook rate, this per dozen hook is 0.07. You can imagine this just follow for 71 ship at that moment, yeah, and I follow some of the trip at that moment. So the estimation from LIPI, I think this also is quite valid on this. And in 2021 and 2023, WWF also tried to do the assessment again about the in other several area. You can see from the table that gillnet is hold score for bycatch in Indonesia, and I think we still have plenty of gillnet in Indonesia. Meanwhile, for tuna long line, I think because the number of significant reduced, but I think in some area in fishing port still also have the bycatch issues. And I think many experts, including NOAA, because we are many refer to NOAA research actually and try to adapt and adopt in Indonesia. One of them is in Paloh, as Alec mentioned, that basically many technology that existing and available, and I think proven by science in other country, but we need to adapt and adopt in Indonesia and convince the fishermen that with this technology will help them to saving their fishing gear, because basically, especially in the gillnet fishery, the fisherman is unhappy if sea turtle entangle in their net because they damage their gillnet, and this is costly, and sometimes they loss of the cat and so on. That's why when we try to introduce like LED for green light in Paloh, and this is a big success, because at that moment we calculate that 85 can reduce the sea turtle bycatch about 85% without decreasing target catch, and also for circle hook 71%. So this kind of the technology is quite successful in terms of the adaptation, but we need support from the government and also from the fishing vessel that they continue adapt this technology. And I think like just simple thing like in long line, how to develop the best practices, one of them is like just deep setting, just put the deep setting for the hook more than 100 meter, for example. This can reduce a lot of the sea turtle, because sea turtle basically the swimming layer usually, even some of them is dive more deeper, but usually playing in the 50 meter or maximum 100 meter. So if shallow long line, it is potentially and high risk for the sea turtle. It is also based on our experiences. And I think some of the solution over there, so that we call it triple C, count, cap, and also control. Count is mean that let's continue to do the research to count how many bycatch happening in our fishery, because as in the previous data, this is significant. Somehow now maybe it's a bigger rather than illegal wildlife trade itself. So because this is happening on the sea, but one of the opportunity actually, many of fishermen, they want to get the sea turtle back, but they want to release back to the sea. So this is one opportunity, but the many mortality because also from the bycatch as well. And cap, I think this is, we have to thinking about the number of limitation of the bycatch because if we not take some of the action like that, so I think this can contribute continuously upon the mortality of sea turtle. And for control, I think many things that we can do, especially from the government, to control this thing, and then promoting many technology in this case. And I think I would like this is my slide, but I'm personally very inspiring with what ALEC countries doing, especially with with long line in Hawaii. So correct me if I'm wrong, because this is your policy actually, but I think I would like to bring into the audience because this inspiring me since beginning. I working in bycatch when at this moment maybe before 2004 there is closing for the long line in Hawaii, right? And then business try to negotiate with the government and also expert to get the win-win solution. As you know that the Hawaii long line, this targeted species for swordfish, tuna and related species, and Hawaii tuna long line, this is not small business, ladies and gentlemen. So this is about more than 125 million value dollar annually. So this is not small business. But there is a problem about the bycatch at that moment, and especially for leatherback sea turtle, yeah. And what the inspiring for me, because the government and maybe one of the contributor is ALEC in here, that they try to decide the maximum limit for bycatch in Hawaii. And now the limitation is about 16 leatherback, only 16 leatherback for 1 year. If they got, if the long line got the 16, so they have to close the fisheries. It means there is a bid for 100 more million dollar actually. So I just accessed their website just this morning, and this is the data. So in this, I mean the last data that they published, that for the status in May, they caught about 6 sea turtle. So they still have the 10 left to saving the long line. But if maybe tomorrow reach the 16, so they will close. And this is the journey in the table in here. This journey starting in the website starting 2004 actually. And I copy for some of them that there is not. I think this is a quite inspiring note, because in 2011 the quota is about 16 leatherback, and at that moment is they stopped because read about, I couldn't read from here, but maybe about 18 something, yeah, from that moment. And then in 2012, so the quota changes from 16 to 26, but and in 2018 the fishery stopped, but no really explanation for that. But this is mandated from court, and I think 2020 they also back again the quota from 26 become 16 again, and then until now the status like that. What the thing in, I mean, what the important thing in here that leatherback that they are really concerned is related with Indonesia, as Alec mentioned. So if Indonesia's mortality rate for leatherback in Indonesia still high, so maybe the limitation of the quota for leatherback also will reduce again. Yeah, so that's why Alec, Noah, and team is support us to monitor this and help us to how to improve in Buru, in K Island to saving the leatherback turtle, because this is connected with their fishery. And I think the science also proved that our leatherback is really connect with US, and this from our satellite tagging that working together with NOAA, with UNIPA, several years ago that really proved that from Papua, Maluku, our letterback goes to US and also past the Hawaii. That's why Hawaii long line also on risk if we not manage well for our letterback in Indonesia. So I think, and then I think this is also surprisingly because in September 2022, the Hawaii Long Line Association get ecolabel certified by Global Ecolabel called MSC, and because their effort in this. So I think we have to dreaming like this because this is very important and also will related with fisheries. And if you hear recently that the U.S. government have the Marine Mammal Protected Act, this is also related with the long line. For example, if we want to send our product to US, we have to make sure that this is free marine mammal, for example. And I think sea turtle will follow up. And then now the government and stakeholder prepare to convince US that we are follow the MMPA. So again, that even this is a sea turtle will impact with the big business in our country. Hopefully this is also inspiring you because this is really inspiring me until now. That's why this is one of my reference why I and WF and my team is really consistent working in sea turtle and especially for bycatch. So that's all that I can share. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Imam Mustafa, for the great presentation. Sebelum saya lanjutkan dalam bahasa Inggris, saya ingin menyampaikan bahwa di sesi pertanyaan yang akan dibuka, di sini hanya akan tersedia satu pertanyaan saja yang bisa disediakan ke floor karena waktunya sudah sangat mendesak. Tapi sebelum kita serahkan ke floor, saya mungkin minta bantuan panitia apakah ada pertanyaan dari audiens yang ada di ruang virtual, dan sambil menunggu mereka, saya ingin mengulas sedikit dalam bahasa apa yang barusan tadi sudah dipaparkan dan agak mundur dari pemapar yang barusan terakhir. Tadi yang terakhir itu menekankan pentingnya upaya konservasi jenis, terutama penyu di Indonesia ini kita sinergikan dengan bagaimana Kementerian Kelautan mengelola sumber daya ikan atau perikanan yang ada di Indonesia. Dan ini penting sekali karena selain penyu memang merupakan spesies yang dilindungi penuh, terkait dengan upaya konservasi yang tadi sudah dipaparkan oleh Pak Direktur, upaya konservasi yang dilakukan oleh kementerian itu melibatkan konservasi dari aspek ekosistem, dari aspek spesiesnya dan juga genetiknya. Terkait dengan ekosistem, ternyata penyu hidup di lingkungan yang di dalamnya ada aktivitas manusia, terutama aktivitas perikanan. Dan di sini aktivitas perikanan tersebut saat ini berdasarkan data yang tadi sudah dipaparkan ada sejumlah nilai terkait kejadian bycatch, hasil tangkap yang tidak diinginkan. Dan tadi sempat disinggung sedikit bahwa saat ini perikanan yang ada di Indonesia itu memang sedang mendapatkan keresahan. Kenapa? Karena paling tidak pada nanti 1 Januari 2024 tergantung keputusan dari Amerika Serikat, apakah laporan kajian yang sudah disusun bersama sejak 2021, kebetulan saya terlibat di situ dalam kajian bagaimana produk perikanan Indonesia itu bisa memenuhi undang-undang perlindungan mamalia laut yang ada di Amerika Serikat, dan perikanan yang kita produksi ke sana itu aman untuk populasi-populasi yang ada di Laut Nusantara. Itu sangat luar biasa berat untuk kita kumpulkan datanya. Dan bicara 20 spesies penting yang dikelola oleh kawasan Direktorat KKHL, mamalia laut termasuk di situ, penyu juga termasuk di situ. Tapi kalau misalnya kita tarik ke kondisi lapangan, dibandingkan upaya untuk mereduksi bycatch sekaligus upaya untuk mengumpulkan data terkait jenis yang di lapang yang tadi sudah disampaikan, ini masih sangat jadi kendala dan jadi arahan untuk ke depan. Ternyata di sisi masyarakat banyak nelayan, banyak masyarakat yang ragu dan bahkan takut untuk melaporkan kejadian bycatch atau keberadaan satwa liar dilindungi di wilayahnya. Lebih ketakutan itu lebih karena mungkin bisa jadi beberapa puluh tahun Indonesia hidup di pemerintahan yang sifatnya top down. Namun 20 tahun terakhir kita sedang mengupayakan upaya demokrasi dan di 5-10 tahun terakhir kita mengupayakan upaya pengumpulan data yang diharapkan nantinya bisa meningkatkan kapasitas sekaligus upaya pengelolaan berbasis kemitraan antara pemerintah pusat, daerah dan juga masyarakat. Nah, di sini ada peluang terkait dengan invensi-invensi yang tadi sudah dipaparkan, ada juga arahan terkait rencana aksi nasional yang sudah dipaparkan di Kementerian Keputusan Menteri nomor 65 tahun 2022, dan itu diharapkan bisa jadi upaya bersama untuk melihat apa yang kita bisa ambil perannya di dalam sini, bagaimana kita bisa mengupayakan kolaborasi ataupun meminta bantuan untuk kerjasama baik dengan KKHL, baik dengan WWF ataupun dengan NOAA. Oke, dari sini saya akan pindah kepada audiens. Apakah ada pertanyaan dari siap? Kita bisa lihat di tengah ada satu di sisi kanan yang menghadap ke layar di baris 1, 2, 3, 4, baris keempat. Oke, mungkin Ibu bisa, oke, ada panitia sudah siap memberikan pelantang suaranya, dan dari audiens itu apakah ada juga? Sambil saya baca, silahkan Ibu disebutkan namanya, asalnya, dan mohon hanya satu pertanyaan saja. Boleh ditujukan ketiganya tapi.
Ya, terima kasih banyak. Thank you very much. Moderator already give me a chance to deliver my question. So my name is Salvin Timakarim. I'm a physical oceanographer and climate. So I would like, I'm from KKP, from the Ministry of Marine Affairs. I would like to ask, this is related the climate change. So from Mr. Alex already showed the data that during the warming climate, then the sea turtle currently is mostly many female sea turtles, right? So I can see from your data from the sea turtle mapping, mostly in the Pacific. So it seems like the Pacific water is actually a good ecosystem habitat for the sea turtle. So is there any what you call plan from NOAA or probably for your program that about the conservations of the sea turtles during in the El Nino or La Nina, because that Pacific is triggered in the Pacific in the mapping zone that you showed. And my question for Indonesian government to Pak Yusuf, is there any program for the conservations in Indonesia related with sea turtle with the climate change? Because given the fact that Indonesia is located in the middle of Indian Ocean and Pacific Ocean, actually interconnection for the Indian Ocean climate variability and Pacific. So some location in the sea turtle can be different impact of this climate variability. So and for the Mr. Imam from the WWF, I would like to ask, is there any number by your data showing that sea turtle currently in Indonesia already reduced the number, in which location, or probably yes, it is, if we find the warming climate, then the female sea turtles is more evidence. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, yep, you can start.
Thank you for the questions. I think I want to start off by pointing out that in most cases, we don't know what the original sex ratio is of sea turtle populations. There is some research that indicates that many populations have always been female biased. So there's always been more females in the population than males. That might not be the case everywhere. And I think also when you talk about studies, you have to focus on different areas. Some areas are much cooler than others, rainfall levels, shading, different years and different ocean currents and El Nino and things of this can change everything. And so it's not just a simple that it's a biased population and that's a bad thing. The key right now, I think, is to understand, to establish baselines. And so what is it right now, so that in 10 years, in 20 years, we can continue to monitor that and see how those ratios change over time. And then I think in addition to that, is trying to understand what does that actually mean for sea turtles. So it's I think a topic that you have to be very careful with because we don't understand. Maybe sea turtles have the ability to adapt so that they're able to adapt to the climate change. Maybe they're not. So I think what we need to really focus on right now is starting the research, and maybe my colleagues here can help answer those questions. But what I would encourage projects is to just start monitoring the temperatures of your nests if you work on a nesting beach, so that we can start to have those data even if we don't analyze them until the future. So start the research. But again, I think there are more questions than there are answers at this point. So that's my initial response.
Yep. Thank you, Alex. Pak Imam, would you like to add first?
But would you repeat again, because some of key point is out of your microphone at that moment.
So probably you have some data mentioning that they have changes of the sea turtle population currently, or probably is more female populations sea turtle in Indonesia, or probably some other is migrate because of the climate change, at least during this 20 years or 10 years back. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. WWF have some of the monitoring data in Paloh and also in Buru recently, but I'm not really have the detailed information yet, because maybe you can meet my team, Rani or Yuli. If you are in here, please stand up, so maybe these ladies can meet with you directly, because I'm on the expert on the fisheries basically, so in the bycatch issues, so you can talk directly with them, yeah, during in here. That's what I can share for you right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Imam. So last itu Pak Firdaus, but before I would like to add one more question from the online audience. It's in bahasa. It's from, ada beberapa pertanyaan yang diberikan oleh panitia dan saya boleh memilih, dan di sini saya kaitkan dengan pilihan dari Pak Iriansyah dari Arafura. Terima kasih atas pertanyaannya dan juga atensinya selama kegiatan simposium hari ini. Apresiasi untuk Bapak. Nanti ada emoticon dari panitia, Pak. Apa yang menjadi faktor dari 20 lokasi yang sudah ditetapkan sebagai kawasan konservasi prioritas? Ini pertanyaannya cukup teknis, dan di sini ada pertanyaan lanjutan. Kenapa wilayah KKN Kepulauan Aru bagian Tenggara termasuk dalam kategori Priority Conservation Sites, sedangkan infrastruktur ataupun sarana prasarana ataupun kapasitasnya masih kurang untuk mendukung program monitoring ke depan? Itu pertanyaan yang dari online. Silakan Pak Direktur untuk menanggapi pertanyaan yang luring maupun daring. You can deliver in bahasa or in English.
Terima kasih, thank you for the question. Let me speak in bahasa first. Jadi pertanyaan dari Mbak siapa tadi yang oceanography, Ibu Selvi. Jadi sebetulnya memang as Alex also already elaborated, isunya itu sebetulnya bukan soal sex ratio kalau terhadap climate change itu iya, dan Alex sudah bilang itu juga masih banyak pertanyaannya daripada jawabannya. Tapi sebetulnya yang paling mengancam itu adalah dampak kenaikan muka air lautnya gitu. Jadi saya justru ingin minta tolong juga ke teman-teman oceanographer gitu ya, bisa nggak dibantu di 20 site prioritas tadi dengan skenario kenaikan muka air laut tertentu ya di setiap lokasi itu, dengan tren erosi yang terjadi sekarang, itu keterancaman atau vulnerability nesting erosion itu seperti apa. Nah ini yang belum pernah kita lakukan. Jadi kita harus akui juga memang terhadap climate change ini masih sangat minim. Kita masih fokus di awareness, di penyelamatan sarang, kemudian perlindungan spesiesnya dan habitat. Tapi ancaman climate change, memang literatur lebih banyak ngomongin soal perubahan seksi karena perubahan suhu tadi ya. Tapi erosi pantai ini yang lebih berat sebetulnya, dan kita sebetulnya belum tahu juga berapa banyak nesting site itu sekarang sudah hilang karena erosi gitu ya. Nah itu mungkin bisa dibantu juga untuk mengkaji itu. Kemudian yang kedua soal Aru Tenggara, itu memang kita sudah melakukan beberapa kriteria ya untuk menentukan site itu. Beberapa kriteria itu antaranya adalah habitatnya itu seperti apa, cocok atau tidak. Kemudian representasi spesies di wilayah itu, gitu. Nanti kan letterback kan termasuk salah satu yang sangat langka begitu ya. Kemudian kelembagaan, kemudian juga isu dan masalah dan overlap management. Jadi Aru Tenggara itu sudah pasti karena dia kawasan konservasi nasional. Jadi suka nggak suka, siap nggak siap, dia harus kita jadikan sebagai prioritas. Yang kedua juga memang kalau dari sisi threat mungkin relatif tidak tinggi mungkin, sehingga ketersediaan sarana prasarana walaupun masih sangat minim masih bisa mengimbangi intensitas ancaman yang ada di situ. Tapi tentu Bapak Ibu sekalian, itu bukan harga mati begitu ya. Kita bisa revisit begitu, prioritas-prioritas itu bisa ditambah, kurangan dan sebagainya, tentu melihat pertimbangan-pertimbangan dan juga kesiapan kita semua. Termasuk tadi kita juga nggak tahu kalau sudah di map gitu ya, kerentanan terhadap erosi pantainya, nesting site itu bisa juga prediksi 10-20 tahun depan itu sekian nesting itu akan hilang misalnya. Kan bisa tidak relevan lagi menjadi kawasan prioritas. Atau mesti ada aktivitas lain untuk menjaga stabilitas pantai. Dan ini juga maybe Alex, you have any experience about how we mitigate the coastal erosion due to climate change, sea level rise that will erode our nesting site in US or in the other country on this thing. In Indonesia, this is very limited attention or even effort to see and predict what is in the next 20 years with our nesting site due to the sea level rise. Itu jawabannya Mbak. Dan sekali lagi ini pekerjaan besar, ini pekerjaan bersama, dan ini harus kita lakukan dengan secara kolaborasi. Sehingga memang kita harus membangun jejaring ya, Bupingkan ini membangun jejaring dengan seluruh stakeholder untuk berbagai spesies, dan penyu salah satu yang harus kita prioritaskan juga, karena mengamati, mencatat dan lain sebagainya itu tidak bisa dilakukan oleh aparat-aparat kita, baik pemerintah maupun daerah. Itu juga harus melibatkan citizen ya, citizen science, citizen statistik begitu, itu harus dilakukan. Terima kasih Mbak.
Terima kasih. To our distinguished speakers, allow me to speak in Bahasa first to summarize the talk that has been given and also address some of the questions that have been arise from the audiences. Bismillah, Bapak Ibu sekalian, pada dasarnya dari sesi plenari hari pertama Symposium Penyu 2023 kita dapat 3 hal, dan ini sangat luar biasa. Yang pertama itu terkait dengan bahwa upaya konservasi penyu sebagai salah satu spesies prioritas ini sangat butuh disinergikan dengan kebutuhan untuk mengelola perikanan dan mendukung kebijakan perikanan terukur yang sudah ditetapkan oleh pemerintah. Kenapa demikian? Paling tidak karena 2 hal. Perikanan merupakan salah satu sumber devisa penting. Yang kedua, perikanan itu juga salah satu kegiatan keseharian yang mendukung budaya maritim bangsa Indonesia. Dan yang ketiga, semoga ke depan dengan bisnis perikanan yang semakin terukur dan sinergitasnya dengan upaya konservasi bisa meningkatkan PNBP yang diharapkan muncul lebih banyak dari sektor kelautan dan perikanan. Namun bagaimana untuk mengupayakannya? Bagaimana mengupayakannya? Pemerintah sudah menerapkan ada rencana aksi nasional yang sudah disahkan tahun lalu, dan itu bisa jadi arahan untuk bagaimana merancang upaya kolaborasi. Dan upaya kolaborasi ini sebaiknya diarahkan kepada bagaimana kita memenuhi data. Itu tadi yang paling prioritas, karena data ini dibutuhkan sebagai acuan atau baseline. Dan di sini paling tidak membuat kita jadi rancangan dan juga langkah-langkah selanjutnya berbasis dengan data yang ada. Dan mengupayakan data tersebut bisa menerapkan hardcore science atau science yang sangat tinggi dan terdepan seperti yang tadi sudah dipaparkan oleh pemapar kedua, atau kita juga bisa mengombinasikan upaya terkait dengan kebijakan dan regulasi yang sudah terbit dengan riset-riset yang bersinergi dengan masyarakat seperti tadi sudah dicontohkan oleh pembicara ketiga. Berarti itu penelitian terapan yang dikombinasikan dengan bagaimana upaya regulasi atau meningkatkan aksi dari sektor masyarakat. Kenapa kedua ini penting? Kenapa konservasi penyu penting? Kenapa perikanan terukur ini penting untuk dikombinasikan? Karena Laut Nusantara adalah wilayah yang penting untuk keanekaragaman hayati laut yang ada di planet bumi, yang saat ini mendapat ancaman perubahan iklim. Walaupun kita di negara dengan iklim tropis yang hangat, Tapi apakah perubahan iklim ini akan membuat kondisi lingkungan yang sangat berbeda, yang bisa jadi tadi butuh masukan-masukan ilmu dasar untuk disinergikan dengan ilmu terapan atau disinergikan dengan kebutuhan merancang kebijakan yang tepat. Dan itu paling tidak harus diupayakan sekarang. Kenapa? Karena jangan hanya kita berpangku pada kelemahan yang ada atau suatu hal yang tidak ada atau tidak tersedia, tapi bagaimana mulai membuka komunikasi, memulai koordinasi, dan juga memfasilitasi kolaborasi bersama. So I would like to, insya Allah in English ini lebih singkat, shorter. So about the what? Sea turtle conservation, just like the other species, priority species designated by the KKP, needs to be implemented in synergy with the policy related with fisheries. Why? Because it's related with business, with further economy, and also with the nation culture. Indonesia has a maritime culture, and it is quite important and very important to emphasize on that. How? For the particular of sea turtle, at present we already know that we have made some progress to know what are areas of importance, what are activities that can be addressed, and all of these are available in the national direction issued by the Minister of KKP. To apply this science, we can choose the hardcore science presented by the second speaker, and also, or we can also address the implementive science that was being presented by the third and also the first speaker. Why? Because we already know that the Indonesian waters holds a true high marine biodiversity. It's very important for the nation and also the region area. Not just the sea turtle itself, but the Indonesian seas also face the same challenge related with climate change, and we need to start making action now through collaborative efforts, through starting communication, and hopefully we can support this national effort in a good future directions and prosperous for the community, not just facilitating the conservation, but also other communities related with maritime development, related with fisheries development itself. So without further ado, I would like to conclude the first plenary session on day 1. I would like to gratefully thank you notes to the honorable speakers, and also to you, the distinguished guests, and also ladies and gentlemen attending the event in this venue, and also the attendance in the virtual room. So we can conclude this session with Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin, and a warm applause to all of us.
Okay, incredible keynote speakers and moderator. Can we please give applause once again for moderator and keynote speakers? And thank you very much to moderator and keynote speakers for the excellent presentation and discussions, so that we can get a lot of new information related to sea turtle research and management in Indonesia. And for Mrs. Adriani, Mr. Firdaus and Mr. Alex and Mr. Imam, please be back to have seat. Ladies and gentlemen, now we'll have a 15 minutes break and we'll be continue panel 1. There are 5 rooms available. First, this room, this Lotus 1 room or leatherback class on the 27th floor. Second, Tulip 2 room or green turtle class on the 7th floor. Third, the Tulip 3 room or Olive Ridley class on the 7th floor. Fourth, the Aster 4 room or Hawksbill class on the 7th floor. And fifth, for online class or flatback class can continue in the current room Zoom. And while that, you can enjoy your snack. You can enjoy your snack and can enter the panel 1, enjoy your snack in each classroom. And for your information, we provide English class only one each day, and today will be here, this room, leatherback classroom. But if you want to see the other presenters, just directly go to the other class in 7th floor, which are using mixed language between Indonesia and English. Okay, thank you very much. Let's enjoy your snack breaking. Thank you. The schedule, you can scan the QR code on the wall or the maybe following screen. We will display following screen. Okay, the schedules can be scanned at the registration desk or the following screen. Maybe we will display in following screen and on the wall. You can scan here. Thank you.
dong perjuangan kita.
this session, and for all the participants who join in this room. I know we coming late much actually for this session, but I will ask to the committee if we can still stay until 12:45. Okay, yeah. With us, there are 4 speakers for this session. Before that, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Veda Santiaji. I'm working for WWF Coral Triangle Program. I'm happy today have 4 speakers that really bring new knowledge, at least for me, because I'm working for sea turtle in like 10 years ago. So I missed this last 10 years to update for the sea turtle. So I think it's my opportunity to get updated from all these 4 speakers about what the status of sea turtle and the pressure and the habitat of the sea turtle in not only in Indonesia but in greater region of the Coral Triangle or Southeast Asia. So I would like to introduce our 4 speakers. We have Regine Tiong Hoi that come from Nanyang Technological University, Singapore. And the second speaker is Mr. Alessandro Ponso from Lamafe, Philippines. The third speaker, Mr. Rusan bin Abdul Rahman from James Cook University, but actually based in Singapore, live in Singapore. And Ms. Juanita Joseph from University Malaysia, Sabah. So from all those 4 speakers, to saving our time because we come too late, and we expect we can resume all these speakers at 12:30. So I would like to start first from Mr. Regine. Okay, so Regine, you can start to introduce your material presentation, and then you have like 10 minutes for presentation for all the 4 presentation, and then we can giving floor to question. Yeah, you can just take it.
Hey, hi everyone, I'm Regine and I'm from Singapore. And sorry? No. Yeah, I'll just speak from here. Yeah, I'm very grateful to be here to share about our genomic work in Singapore, where we study the hawksbill turtles in Singapore. Next slide, please. Oh, here. Oh, yeah. Yes, it's really such a good opportunity that we see hawksbill turtles nesting in Singapore. Despite Singapore being such an urbanized country with very busy shipping traffic and very narrow and reclaimed beaches, we still see these critically endangered species nesting in Singapore. And we see about 20 to 40 nestings per year, and we've only started monitoring them since 2019. So these are my sampling sites. They are mostly the nesting locations of the hawksbill turtles, and we see them around the west and south coast of Singapore. I mostly collect dead eggs and dead hatchlings, and then I extract the DNA for genetic and genomic work. So a lot of genetic studies uses sorry. Sorry, where? Okay, yeah. Oh. Well, a lot of genetic studies uses mitochondrial control region as a way to look at the population diversity and also map out like the population's structure. And that is something that we also did in the initial part of our work. The mitochondria is only passed down through the maternal lineage, and we are able to look at the nesting female population. So these are my results. We were able to collect samples over 5 years, and we can see that in this network haplotype tree, we are able to see only 5 haplotypes found in Singapore, and it's mostly largely contributed by this one single haplotype, EIIP53, which is also commonly found in Malacca and Redang in Malaysia. So you can see that perhaps our population is closely related to the ones in Malaysia. And when I map these 5 haplotypes to the other haplotypes in the Indo-Pacific region, we see that all 5 haplotypes are in the clade Indo-Pacific 3, and 3 of these haplotypes have not been found elsewhere in the Indo-Pacific region, and we have named them 140, 141, and 42. And so moving on to the next part of my research, we looked at genomics. So why do we want to look at genomics? Because the mitochondria only looks at the maternal population. And when we use whole genomes, we're able to get a longer length of DNA to look at more genetic information that we might not get just from the mitochondrial region. If we want to look at the length comparison, the mitochondria haplotype is only 800 base pairs, and the entire genome is about 2.2 billion base pairs. So we're getting a lot more information using the whole genomes, as well as we get to also see the genetic contribution from the paternal side. So we also get to see whether the males are contributing to the genetic diversity of the population. And by doing so, we hope and aim to create an array chip that we're able to have specific population genotyping data so that it'll be more accessible for other populations to be studied using genomics. So the aim of my research is to first develop the reference genome for the hawksbill turtle. The reference genome acts as a guide or map before we are able to identify the different markers, and then following which we sequence multiple whole genomes with whole genome sequencing tools. So here in our lab, we were able to sequence and assemble the whole genome using ProMethION and Illumina HiSeq X. And our lab has the instruments as well as the computational resources to analyze large amounts of data. And we were also able to analyze our population data set. So we looked at the quality of our genome assembly. We were able to compare them with the currently published genomes of the green and leatherback turtle. We see that our genome is of a good enough quality for population data set. We have resolved a total of 2,750 contigs with a high coverage of 57.9x coverage. And with the alignments with the green and leatherback turtle, we can see that the genomes are quite conserved and they're quite closely related to each other. Following which, this is our population genomic data set. We have sequenced about 40 whole genome samples collected from 20 nests as well as 5 individuals. Here we have an average coverage of 30x, which is a good coverage to call all the genetic differences between these samples and the reference. Here we can see also a good number of heterozygosity, which means that there are good enough genetic differences that we can find within our data set. So why is it important to have this genomic data set? If we look at our results comparing the mitochondria region as well as the whole genomes, you see for the marker we have 69 samples, but we only see 5 genetic differences. But for the mitochondria genome of 35 samples, we see 18 variable sites. But for the whole genome, with 35 samples, we have almost 12 million variable sites. And if we look at the genetic difference between each sample with the reference genome, we have about 5 million genetic differences with the reference genome. So to get an idea of how diverse that is that the human population has 3 to 4 million, and we're looking at the global human population. So we can say that the hawksbill population in Singapore is already more diverse than all of us here. So I think it gives a better picture of the genetic diversity we have in the sea turtle, which we are not able to see from just the mitochondria region. And hopefully we hope to create a new genomic baseline that we can look at the populations at a more fine resolution. Genomic data also allows us to look at individual relationships within the population. And this is a identity by state plot where each dot or cross represents a pair of individuals. So we are able to identify the relationships, the degree of relationships between each pair of individuals. And here we have some parent-child relationship that we're able to identify between nesting mothers and their nests. We're also able to see the siblings, true siblings that are falling under the full sibling relationship, but we also do see some sample, this sample from 2019, has a full sibling relationship with the samples from a 2018 nest. So I think this is very interesting because turtles are not known to nest every consecutive year, but here we're able to get data where this mother came back to nest the following year with the same sperm of the previous mating in the previous year. So that's something that we are able to see and highlight the adaptation that turtles have to store sperm. In this nest, we're also able to see half siblings from the same nest. So this also showcases the adaptation of turtles mating multiple times and then nesting, resulting in clutches having multiple paternity. And perhaps these are important adaptations in the face of climate change in the future, where we have more nesting females instead of males. And this could be an important thing to note. Genomic data is also able to look at the population history. So here we're looking at a pairwise sequentially Markovian coalescence, whereby each line represents one genome, and the x-axis represents time, but backwards. So we're looking back in time in their population, and the y-axis represents the effective population size, which means the number of individuals actually contributing to the population. And here we can see that the most recent population decline occurred about 20,000 years ago, which coincides with the last glacial maximum and the last deglacialization period. And I think this is really important information that we get to see how climatic and environmental events play a role in the population size change. And with this, we can also learn moving forward how we can better protect this species and their adaptations moving forward. So we want to also highlight the significance of collaboration. I'm sure that's why we're all here to learn from each other and also see where we can help one another in our research. And we hope that with our genome project, we want to expand out to not just Singapore, but also get samples from overseas so that we can get a better baseline and build a genomic data set so that we are able to develop a way to generate genotyping data that can be affordable and that everybody can also use and look at the population at a genomic baseline. So yes, please contact us. And with that, I've come to the end of my talk. Thank you.
That's okay. Regine, I don't know, it's like freeze my brain actually. This so sophisticated, but then I think it's a new knowledge for me at least. But then you still have 2 minutes. Is there anything, Miss, you want to share with others?
Yeah,
I'm sorry, I'm afraid I'm to give you a limited just 10 minutes, but you still have 2 minutes. It's okay?
Yeah, I think it's really interesting and a place to study the hawksbill turtles in Singapore. We have a small but steady population, and we hope that to really understand the relationships between the hawksbill turtles in Singapore, but also around the region in the Great Coral region, and see how we can all work together as different stakeholders or governmental bodies or NGOs to see how we can better protect this species and other sea turtle species as well. So yeah, I'm free to chat later if you'd like to know more or collaborate. So please look for me.
Okay, thank you, Regine, for this invitation. And to make connecting with the, can I ask Juanita presentation? Because you talk about the genetic too, right? Yeah, can you? So the second presenter is, yeah, sure. She can say. Sure. Okay, so Dr. Jonita is from Malaysia. After Singapore, we got the Malaysia status of the green turtle.
Okay, a very good morning to everyone. I'm from University Malaysia Sabah, and today I'm going to present on genetic and health assessment of green turtles in the Coral Triangle foraging grounds of Malaysia. Okay, so this is my research team, and the study of sea turtles in foraging grounds is actually one of our longest research, which we started since 2010. And in 2019, we decided to expand it to the northern and east coast of Sabah. And a little bit background about the sea turtle in Malaysia. So Malaysia, we provide nesting and foraging habitats for sea turtles. 4 species of turtle recorded to nest. Unfortunately, leatherback is locally extinct now. There is no nesting recorded since 2012. And then for foraging, we documented maybe 5 species, including the loggerhead, juvenile loggerhead in Langkawi. However, the 5th species, the leatherback, we are not sure whether they are feeding in our waters or just on their migration route. And research in Malaysia only mainly focus on nesting beaches and limited knowledge on foraging grounds. And for effective conservation and protections of sea turtles, we need knowledge, information on all the habitats that used by these turtles. Oh, it's not working? All right, so this is the study site. So we have, for the first time, we are analyzing the northern part of Sabah, Tun Mustafa Park, whereas previously we've done in Brunei Bay, and then Michael Jensen did, and his team did in Mantanani Island. And also we wanted to do more study in Semporna. Previously we did in Sipadan and also in Tun Sakaran Marine Park. And this time we are concentrating in these areas. And in this study, we use mixed stock analysis, mitochondrial DNA control region. And we also did, for the first time, health assessments based on external observation, Fulton Body Condition Index. And also, we do some blood analysis using iStat handheld blood analyzer, which we borrow from Queensland University. So this is one of the sites, a picture taken by Gavin. This is in the northern part of Sabah, Tun Mustafa Park. So the challenge just to do foraging ground is to get enough samples. It is very difficult to collect turtles when they are underwater. So there's a lot of turtles here, but it is very difficult to collect. And for this study, we use netting and also scuba diving. So when we get the turtles, we take it on the boat, and also if we are working nearby the beach, we will take the turtles on the beach. So we measure them using tape and also caliper, but I don't have a picture of the caliper. And we also start weighing them. So weighing turtles is not easy. It is quite difficult. And also we take blood samples for blood analysis and as well as genetic analysis. And for the mixed stock analysis for Tun Mustafa Park, the first time we are doing this, and we found that the turtles aggregating at this area, there are mainly stocks from Sarawak and also Sabah Turtle Island parks, which is the Sulu population. And unfortunately, for example, in this region, we only can compare with those countries that have data set for their rookery. So at the moment, we don't have data set from Philippines, Indonesia, and Thailand, and they're still working on it. So hopefully, from there, we can analyze our data, our mixed stock analysis further. And aggregations originated mainly from Southeast Asia, particularly from Sarawak and Sabah Turtle Island. And when we compare the haplotype frequencies, it is the same like the Brunei Bay. So for the Pom-Pom Island, we also did the same thing. I didn't show the mixed stock analysis here, but we just compare with the haplotype frequencies with Sipadan and Tun Sakaran Marine Parks, the 2 marine park within the Celebes Sea in Semporna, and then we don't find any significant difference, and so it is one big foraging ground with stock, also the same from Sabah Turtle Island parks and Micronesia. And if we summarize the results that we have, those foraging ground within the South China Sea, so they are, at the moment, their stocks are still the same, mainly from Southeast Asia, like Sarawak, mainly from Sarawak, Turtle Islands, and also few from Peninsula Malaysia. And from the Celebes Sea, it is also from here, Sulu population, and also Micronesia. So this study showed that because Turtle Islands, the Sulu population, the Tipa, together with the Turtle Island Philippines, they are one big population in this region, and they are nesting here. They were born here, but when they are feeding, some of them goes to the South China Sea, and some of them go to the Celebes Sea. So this showed the importance of foraging grounds where we need to conserve them, and at the moment, they are not really conserved in Malaysia. Apart from, for example, in Semporna, there is a nesting beaches as well, so that's why some, like for example, Sipadan, it is gazetted as a marine park. So this is important that the Malaysia Sabah waters are providing foraging grounds for all these turtles. And in terms of health assessment, if we see in the Tun Mustapa Park, we didn't observe any injuries. We have more than 100 samples, no injuries, but only like heel scar. And we also didn't observe any fibropapilloma and BCI within the range of healthy turtles. And the threats that we see within Tun Mustapa Park, the first one, because the area is a fishing area, there's a lot of our turtles died because of bycatch. And this one happened 2 weeks ago in Kudat, where a big fishing net, we are not sure whether it is, I think it's not ghost net, but maybe when the fishermen put it during our storm or whatever, it get carried away and brought to the park. And we managed to save these hawksbill turtles. There's another I think hawksbill turtle as well, a bit blurry because this is from a video. And it took 2 weeks for the community to get rid all of this. And the latest threat that we have in Tun Mustapa is the silica mining, which the Sabah government supported. And the mining is ongoing now. And we're gonna lose a stretch of nesting beach as well as the foraging ground nearby where, in Kimihang, where we got our samples. So these are the threats within the foraging ground. And if you look at Pom Pom, we did the blood analysis. We have variation of blood values. This is the first blood ranges for wild turtle in Sabah. And it is within the healthy sea turtle ranges, BCI also within the range. But then in Pom Pom, in Semporna, because it is very famous for tourism, so many people come here, we see a lot of injuries on turtles, and then fish hooks on the mouth of the turtles, and also fibropapilloma. And these are some of the picture. If you see this picture, we are trying to remove the fishing line here. It entangled on the mouth and also on the neck of the turtles. And I think it's been a while because we can see some injury on it. And we also found like 2 emaciated turtles. So in this case, this juvenile green turtle, we sent it to the Wildlife Department veterinarian, but it died 3 months after that. We couldn't save it. And also, like you will see a lot of both injuries from propeller. And this turtle, when we found it, it's still alive and it died after 10 minutes. And also a case of fibropapilloma, and one study published last year that supported that there is FP within the Semporna waters. And then we also found Normally we will find this barnacle, Chelonobia, but we also found another two. This is on the plastron of the turtle. It's quite small actually, but I zoomed make it bigger. So this is burrowing, and this is the new. We saw this one as well in Semporna. So it is quite worrying to see this. Oh, sorry. And then during the pandemic, we saw incidences of hawksbill turtle being missing its scoot. It's carved out. And when we did our interview survey, and they say it's done by the Bajau Laut, and they can do it within 2 hours they're very expert doing this, and they will release the hawksbill because the meat is poisoned. And picture B, we saw it the following year, and this turtle is still alive, swimming without the scoot. However, we couldn't catch this turtle, and we are not sure whether it can make it. And then this one last year, Trek found a plastic bag with this hawksbill scoot, and then when we arrange it, it is like 13 scoot, and based on the weight and the measurement, this is a juvenile hawksbill. So we suspected the person who took this, they wanted to sell it, but maybe they were encountered by enforcement agency, and to save themselves, they threw it away. They threw it to the water. And this is the exploitation which only occur in Semporna and Tawau, where people kill turtle for the meat, plastron, and for the scoot. And for conclusion, both study sites are important foraging grounds for sea turtles, and this genetically linked to Sabah Turtle Islands. And then the turtles within these foraging grounds are healthy, but then action needed to manage the current threats. And it seems that these foraging grounds will be developed, and it is very sad, and hopefully our data can convince the government to stop development in this. And this study is funded by the Malaysian government, and this is my exercise. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Janita. Applause. Yeah, I think it's very relevant with the last 2 days conversation, when under threatened species working group in CTISSF. There is Dr. Janita recall how important Indonesia and Philippines, together with Malaysia initiative in Sabah, to collaborate. And just yesterday, Indonesia just initiate the sea turtle working group. So I expect through this sea turtle working group can then extend the partnership with the Sabah UMS and Lamave from Philippines to working together on this study. Now we come to this presentation now. Is it ready? Lamave. Yeah. Rushan. Yeah.
Testing, okay. No, we're all right. Okay, I'm gonna stand down here because it's closer to the computer. Hi everyone, my name is Rushan. Minta maaf ya bahasa Indonesia saya jelek, so this will be in English. I'm a PhD candidate from James Cook University, and I will be presenting the preliminary results for the first chapter of my thesis, which is identifying marine turtle management areas within Southeast Asia. So back in 2010 and 2011, the Marine Turtle Specialist Group of the IUCN published a couple of papers regarding regional management units, which are discrete population boundaries for each species of sea turtles around the world. Conservation priorities have been assigned to each of these regional management units for each species of sea turtles, and the RMUs are really meant to be a framework within which we can identify areas of high population risk and areas that work can be done. I want to draw your attention to two species here, which are the green sea turtles and the hawksbill turtles. In particular, I want to draw your attention to Southeast Asia. These are the newly refined maps and boundaries that have been published earlier this year. And we can see that the green sea turtles and the hawksbill sea turtles have an RMU each within Southeast Asia. So what's nice about the RMU framework is that we can quickly identify regions and populations at risk. We know where these boundaries are, we know where the turtles are, we know the countries that are incorporated with them. One of the things that the authors have also talked about as well is that the resolutions is far too large. So when the resolutions are quite large, how do we know where we can concentrate our conservation efforts to localized areas? So if we know all of Southeast Asia might be a high conservation priority for hawksbill turtles, but where do we need to focus our work? A fine resolution solution, we can look at this hypothetical archipelago here of different genetic stocks, nesting habitats, nesting sites for sea turtles. So each color represents a separate nesting site for a separate for a separate genetic stock. So we can use information from satellite tracking as well as flipper tag data, as well as genetic data and photo ID data, where we can track where the sea turtles that are nesting in one area and where they are foraging. So if we can draw links between where they're nesting and where they're foraging, we can draw boundaries around these areas, and which would be below the regional management unit level, but still above the genetic stock level. And it's a bit more fine resolution, and it could be a bit more meaningful to conservation professionals, so they would know immediately which areas are linked to which areas, and we can assign conservation priorities to these areas and focus our work there. So these areas, it's a working title. I have termed these marine turtle management areas, or in short, we've called these MARTUMAs. So to sum up these differences between RMUs and MARTUMAs. MARTUMAs are coarse resolution regional boundaries for sea turtles, whereas the MARTUMAs are meant to be a finer resolution beneath the level of RMU, but still above the genetic stock. So the objectives of the first thesis, the first one was, how are MARTUMAs distributed throughout Southeast Asia? And how does the distribution of genetic stocks and linked foraging sites impact the configuration of MARTUMAs within Southeast Asia? So this implies that there's quite a lot of data that needs to be collected, and there was. It was a mix of primary and secondary data from a lot of places within the region. So we collected data from the peer-reviewed and gray literature, and where that data had been exhausted, raw and unpublished data had been collected from collaborators within the region. We only focused on green and hawksbill turtles because these are two turtles of interest within Southeast Asia. Green turtles are the most well-studied within Southeast Asia, and hawksbill turtles are of conservation concern because they're listed as critically endangered within on the IUCN. I mentioned that this is a collaborative project. We have 5 collaborators across 4 different countries, which include Vietnam, Indonesia, Malaysia, and the Philippines. So the data has been collected from quite a number of these collaborators, and I will thank them much later, but thank you again. The next part is actually generating, well, that's beautiful. The next part was actually generating the MARTUMA boundaries. So what we did is that we identified genetics, the nesting beaches and where their foraging sites were, and we drew boundaries around the links between nesting sites and foraging sites. So, for example, with Juanita's talk before, Turtle Islands the turtles from Turtle Islands had nesting sites in Semporna as well as on Tun Mustafa Park. So we would be drawing boundaries around these areas, and this would be a single MARTUMA. At the moment, it was all done by eye, and I will be doing a bit more sophisticated spatial analyses, but I'll talk about that in a little bit. So there goes the most important figure is not showing. Give me a second. All right, well, the most important figure in the presentation can't be displayed, so I apologize. Not sure what's wrong. But basically with green sea turtles, we identify, from the data that has been collected, there are 6 martumas within Southeast Asia. And I'll just go through what they are. One is the Andaman Sea, where the Andaman and Nicobar Islands were connected to a genetic stock in southwest Thailand. Borneo and Palawan, so two nesting sites over in Sarawak were connected to foraging sites over at Palawan. Raja Ampat and Torres Straits, this one was quite a large one. There was actually quite a number of nesting sites within the area and quite a number of foraging sites in that area as well. So they all had to be kind of merged into a single martuma. The South China Sea was a very large one that encompassed Vietnam, Thailand, Malaysia, and all the way down to Palawan and Sabah and Sarawak. The Southeast Indian Ocean and Bali Sea, so that was the Sunda Islands, so around here, Jakarta, Bali, Bandung, and then all the way down into the northwest Australia, from the Kimberleys up to the Pilbara and into the Torres Straits. And then we have the Sulu and Celebes Sea. This was also a combination of 2 different martumas because the green turtles that were nesting in East Kalimantan were foraging over at Turtle Islands and vice versa as well. So this is merged into a much larger Sulu Celebes Sea martuma. Hawksbill turtles, there were 2 martumas. One was in the Malacca Straits and one was the Sulu Sea. These were much narrower and much smaller. The Malacca Straits, now we know that Singapore is actually part of that martuma now, based on Regine's work, which is quite good. So, discussion, okay, there's another photo that's gone. Sorry about that. Okay, so martumas are ecologically and biologically relevant, and what's nice about them is that because they're at a much smaller resolution than RMUs, they are a bit more meaningful for conservation professionals within the area, which is kind of what was the next step that the authors had acknowledged within the RMU paper. As I've mentioned, rather than as we've seen, the distribution of the martumas is variable across Southeast Asia, and where there are significant overlaps between martumas, these had to be merged, such as the Sulu and Celebes Sea and the South China Sea. There are still quite a lot of data gaps that are evident. A very clear one is probably for the hawksbill turtles. Only 2 martumas were identified from the data that was provided, and that probably has to do a lot with the fact that hawksbill turtles in our region are exceedingly rare and probably getting rarer. It's also likely that for green turtles and hawksbill turtles, that data is out there. It's just that people don't know what to do with it. There might be flipper tag data that's sitting in someone's drawer, and they're just not sure who to report this to. So I am expecting more data from collaborators within Malaysia, and once more data comes in, I'm looking to conduct a more sophisticated spatial analyses, because the boundaries that I drew, and take my word for it, I drew boundaries. I drew them by eye. I didn't use any spatial analysis, so I'll use some kind of clustering analysis that's kind of similar to minimum convex or concave polygons to try to draw these boundaries. As I mentioned before, contributions are welcome, and with those contributions, if they are very significant contributions, if I know that you were the ones that were tagging the turtles and had quite a lot of work in managing that data, authorship is offered when these thesis chapters are pushed out for publications. So future directions. There was supposed to be a map there as well. So in 2021, the MTSG also pushed out a draft guideline for important marine turtle areas, and these are basically localized areas that would fit underneath the level of martumas. And these would be things like basically foraging hotspots, but they would also incorporate local and ecological knowledge into demarcating where these important marine turtle areas are. And then the next step would be obviously once we have...
Second, Rusan.
Okay. We would work with stakeholders to make sure that these IMTAs do not actually impact their livelihoods. And again, I would like to thank all my collaborators, Mac 3 Impact Philanthropies for funding my PhD, without it which would not be possible, and CI for administrating my scholarship. Thank you very much. Those are my emails. Please contact me.
Thank you, Rusan. So now we have the fourth speakers. Actually, it's collaborator. All these four presenters, I think, they work closely, right? You all. So nice to see what they have discussed in the government of 66 country. Now we can see what they have been done from the presenter.
Okay. Glad that you guys are all here. We have time until 4 p.m., right? So no rush. This is mainly the starting point for a discussion and a conversation. And this is a study done mainly in the Philippines, but we did I'll show you how we collect some of the data. But before we start, I would just like to thank all the co-authors, all the community, all the partners. They have made this study possible. But also thanks a lot for all the WWF team here in Indonesia. They work so hard to bring us here and work until like 4 a.m. every night to allow us to be here today all together. So most of you knows, but just summarizing, the fibropapillomatosis is an infectious disease that is debilitating and is characterized, or the things that we see the most is the tumors that grows on most of the organs, especially on the soft tissues like the skin of the neck or around the eyes or around the flippers. The tumors are benign, so usually it's not the tumors, it's not the tumor itself, the problem, but the tumors impede the normal behavior of the animal. For example, blocking functions like the visions or stopping the animal from being able to eat. And it's also a site of secondary infection that is quite important as well, because some of the animals that we see actually died by infection and not because of behavioral problem, for example. And it's a complex disease with multiple factors, and still we don't understand much what are the triggers that cause the tumors to start growing. But we know that for sure include the infection from the chelonic herpes virus 5, but also environmental factors, microbial factors, and immune-related cofactors. And both horizontal and vertical transmission has been shown, and the tumors seems to be the main cause of the spreading of the source of the infection, the viral infection. And particularly younger tumors, so smaller tumors, in the first early stage of the infection. What that really means is that we can have a few animals with early stage, so with smaller tumors, and they actually can act as super spreader within our foraging ground or in the nesting area. But we mainly see in foraging ground, at least here in Asia. And the virus transmission can also be magnified by mechanical factors, like the presence of leeches or cleaner fishes. And we know that behaviorally, especially here in the area, we have a lot of cleaning stations that are shared by marine turtles around the foraging ground. So we know there is a fibropapillomatosis can be found worldwide, and particularly around tropical and warm waters. And it started, the first cases were at the beginning of the centuries, around the 1938 in Florida, and in the Pacific arrived early around the 60s in 1958, both in Sarawak, in Turtle Island, Malaysia, and in Hawaii. We had very few reports or no reports for the next 40 years. And then we had the papers that we're going to discuss later from the fishery, the legal meat trade back then in Bali, where over nearly 1,000 animals were reported to have tumors. And then for the Philippines, we had the first cases in 2000 from Turtle Island, 2005 in Iloilo at CIFDEC, and then it started spreading across the country. So for these studies, we spent a year and a half together with a lot of students and collaborators, collating published and unpublished reports, doing social media data mining. So we look at YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, websites, and Google searches to look at online photos and reports. We have a network of citizen scientists that collaborated and submitted 26,000 encounters of green turtles and hawksbill turtles in the Philippines, with 1,500 individuals identified. And then direct stranding report from us, partner like the Department of Environment and Natural Resources or the Palawan Council for Sustainable Development. We centralized all of these, and then we replicated some of these studies like the social media data mining and the literature review, and we conducted a little online surveys with some of the rescue centers that we work across the region. We assessed the tumor score based on previous studies, like Stacy's with the tumor scores in 2018, Rossi for the tumor distribution, and we mixed some of the other papers to create our own severity scoring system to look at the chance that the stranding was actually caused by the fibropapillomatosis itself. But we're going to only look at the tumor score for this presentation. Most of the report actually come from Facebook, around 50%, and 30% to a third from direct contribution from our partners. And 30%, so 33 cases in the Philippines only, so it's still not too bad, and 30 cases on green turtle and 3 on olive ridley. None of the hawksbill or the other species seems to have it, at least externally in the country. It seems that the distribution of new cases have been quite homogeneously distributed until more or less around the 2017, when we're starting seeing more cases in the country. And this is the same, I'll show you in the next slides, but it's the same trend that we see across the region. When you talk about distribution geographically in the Philippines, it seems to be mainly concentrated in the center part, and in particular here in Negros Oriental and in Misamis area. There is this part here. And this is particularly relevant because not only these are migratory corridors, but it's also one of the largest and most important foraging ground for green and hawksbill in the Philippines, where half of all the photo ID that we have from the Philippines come from this area. So they are large foraging ground with around 300 individual per foraging ground. So you can imagine the impact of even just a few super spreaders that can have on the entire population. Most of these animals arrive alive, and only a few were found dead. And the ones that were found alive, 4 died, 1 was euthanized, 7 were released with some kind of intervention. Some had like the fishermen just cutting the tumors with their knives and just release the animal. And the interesting part is that 8 of these were found in water during diving and snorkeling, and are all within 2 kilometers in this foraging ground in Negros Oriental. Most of the tumor growth seems really fast. We have a systematic survey by our partner in these areas, and this animal arrived and showed the first tumors that you can see very small in 2020 in August, and in just 10 months the tumors growth and distributed all around the body. And this animal is still there and the tumors are still growing. So it can, once it reaches the area, once it starts developing the tumors can grow really fast. So regionally, Philippines has 34 cases, and this is just data from citizen science, so from online searches, and this is obviously biased by the uptake of the different citizen science platform across the region. So YouTube and Facebook seems quite universal, but regionally Indonesia has their own platform, Malaysia has their own platform, and also the language barrier. So all these search were in English. But you can see that Taiwan and the Philippines have most of the cases, and Malaysia still quite only a few reports, and Indonesia has around 20 cases. And you can see as well here, this is also obviously biased by the effort, meaning how many people are in social media across the region. But there is a peak, especially driven by this dark green, is Taiwan since 2017. Interestingly, there is also hawksbill that presented on social media that had tumors, external tumors, and but still mainly dominated by greens. And looking at the tumor score, it looks like most of the animals are still in tumor score number 1, so early stage of development, and then it goes down to only 8 animals in tumor stage 3, so an advanced stage with large tumor. And basically, this is just to start a conversation that the prevalence in the Philippines and in the region is still low, but it's growing, and it may be higher in particular spot, and that's where we need to focus our attention at the moment. Data from the region are still very scarce, and the most important part for me is that most of the country don't have a standard operating procedure or protocol on how to deal with this animal. Both from the animal welfare point of view, what do we do with this animal? Are we just leaving it there if they're alive? Are we releasing it? Are we putting in captivities and like trying to treat them? But also from the epidemiology point of view, if we have one animal in a foraging ground with 300 animals, how do we behave? Do we remove that animal? Do we treat it? We leave it there and we allow the disease to spread it further around. So just the next step. So we're going to try to host a regional workshop at the end of this year. We'll see if we can do it in person or online, to all the collaborators that are interested to discuss what can be done at the Coral Triangle level, or at least at the Philippine, Indonesia, Malaysia group, and expand the search, and especially look more at seroprevalence, so like or the presence of the virus in the tissues of the animal. There is an interesting studies from a bull that I'll show you in the question and answer section, and the colleague in Indonesia and Malaysia seems to be interested, and we have hopefully new students coming in the Philippines to look at this year. And then the next step will be how do we manage it. So all together at the Coral Triangle level or individual country, making a plan of actions for dealing with these cases, train local veterinarian to deal properly with it, and create protocols for the medical and husbandry, but also how to deal with release. And then be sure that the rescue center are capable and have the infrastructure to deal with this animal. That's it. So thank you so much, and I have 3 more slides that we can talk with during the questions, or the paper from Mabul and the paper from Indonesia. And I guess will be like what's going to happen if in Southeast Asia, if these cases actually start to going up. Like we can learn from what happened across the world, like in Florida or the experience in the US, and we should start to prepare before it's too late. Thank you.
Thank you, Bonsu. Applause for all the 4 presenters. Before I invite anyone from the participant that you have any question, I will check from online participant. Is there any question? Not yet. Okay. There are from Singapore, Malaysia, and Philippines. Ada Pak Edi. It looks like following our conversation yesterday, Pak Edi. This collaboration. So maybe in another room, the Indonesian presenter will share too about how important this collaboration between this scientists, academicians, even the community to join in this initiative. Now I invite any question from the participant here. Are we good like a starving yet? Yeah. Any question? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, if there is no question, I would like to giving more time from all these 4 presenters, because I think it's good to give more time for them.
Actually, I have a question for Ali. Thank you for a nice presentation, and I think it's very interesting to see such rising cases of FP, and you were able to share how there hasn't been much that can be done in Philippines. What do you think is the next step to be able to help or resolve or help these green turtles be cured or prevent the disease?
Yeah, thanks for the question. Prevent the disease, the cure at the moment is mainly surgical. So for what most of the country are doing, there is laser removal is the faster way and faster in terms of healing. But it seems that a lot of in different countries, there are different protocols. Some they keep the turtle under observation for 6 months or a year before to see if the tumor grows again. And also depend on the context. Like for example, in Florida, if you have one turtle with a tumor, you remove the tumor and you release, because the prevalence is so high that it gonna get back. Even if it grows back again, it's not a big problem in terms of the population itself, right? But in this region where there is still so little, the numbers are still so low, there is different approach that can be taken. I know that some Pacific Island region are thinking about euthanizing the animal that have the tumors to save the rest of the population or to slow down the spreading. It's very culturally sensitive, right? And it's very, each country has its own practices. For example, in the Philippines, we don't really euthanize animal yet, unless it's like really, unless the vets like are there from the government to do it. So killing the animal, it doesn't seem to be an option at the moment, but maybe we can develop like permanent care facilities, but with infrastructure for dealing, with the water coming out, because the Philippines basically everywhere is a foraging ground for all these species, right? Preventative, we need to know more. Like the studies in Mabul, for example, from Malaysia, there is a very important area, right? Because Mabul is just at the corner between the Sulu and the Sulawesi, and you go like Malaysia, Indonesia, and the Philippines, they're like 30 kilometers away, right? And the studies that was, the work that was done in 2019 look at an increase of the prevalence of the virus infection in the tissue from 7% to 42% in only 4 years. So it seems like even if the number of tumors is still very low, the amount of viral infection in the area seems very high. And there was some very interesting studies done recently on eDNA and detection of the virus in eDNA. And I think that for me will be the next step, like especially in large foraging ground, to see if the virus is is there or not, and then starting analyzing what other cofactor that could be. So the place in the Philippines where we have the highest is a highly agricultural area. So we have a lot of runoff coming out that could be the trigger. Like it's been shown that some of these organic pollutant can be the trigger for the development of the tumor. So if we know, then we can maybe work with on land to reduce these triggers.
Yeah, thank you for the response. When you brought eDNA, that was actually what I was thinking as well. Like in Singapore, there are people studying eDNA and specifically looking for viruses as well. And we also do get cases of green turtles coming in either dead or being euthanized because of these tumors. So I think it would be interesting to look ahead and see how, be it technology or like looking at where these viruses come from, or finding a way to remove the virus within the turtles, because even if you remove the tumors, it doesn't mean that they're not infected anymore. The tumors might grow back, and like maybe being able to find a cure for these turtles would be a very interesting step ahead. Thank you.
I mean, there have been studies done for like 50 years now in the US, and they haven't managed yet. But also you need to think about like how much will it cost versus like we are very lucky that despite all the pressure and the sad news, we still have a large population in Southeast Asia, right? So you need to think about where the surveillance then go into, like maximize the cost for the protection of this population at all. But I think the best part of these conferences is also seeing all these familiar faces and starting all the collaboration. Like all the people on this table today were collaborating already or planning collaboration so many different ways, right? And that's, I think, is the keys of event like this, just bringing all us together.
Yeah, I think I cannot Shimon, it's agree so much with that. But then I want to expand this collaboration or intention to collaborate. I think we need to have like anyone from other party. It's to communicating the science. At least for me, it's so amazing. You all these four talking about different area of study, but it's related. But then, as your call, we need more participation from public that can contribute on sharing data, reporting, something. So how to make all this sophisticated study for me to be easy to understand for wider audience. So is there any intention to involve the communicator to translating all your sophisticated data or study that easy to digest? I don't know, is it in your university in Singapore or Malaysia, you have any division that can translating all this study to public?
Yeah, I think personally, I think it's also for me, like I also want to work on being able to communicate the science in a more digestible manner. And ultimately, if the public knows, they can also do their part to help, be it reducing their threats or just being more informed on how their daily decisions affect like our marine diversity and even other organisms. So, yeah, do you have anything to add on?
James Cook University, we, for the PhD candidates, we do have professional development workshops, and one of these is learning how to communicate your science to the public in a digestible, easy to swallow manner. But I do also want to point out that, I mean, I fully agree science communication is very important, but I'm not very good at it. And I'm on the side of this is that if you're not very good at it, don't try to do it and leave it to people that know how to do it. Because when I try to communicate it to, for example, my parents or my wife, it doesn't really go very well. So, but my friends are very good at communicating my science for me. So I still have a long way to learn. I want to get better at it, but I recognize that I think the key thing, at least for me, is to recognize that I'm not good at it, and I'm not going to be the one to do it all the time.
Yeah, there are more media now, right, to translating like Mongabay, there's a composition. Any comment for like?
Well, like in Malaysia, university, we're working closely with community. So we become, like, you know, like, for example, in Tun Mustafa Park, initiated by WWF, but the university become the advisor, giving technical help, where the community runs the turtle conservation by them, yeah. And also in the university, so for, yes, yeah, correct. And also, we also organize, every year we organize, we change from World Oceans Day to World Ocean Celebration, where we combine World Ocean Day, Coral Triangle Day, and also Sea Turtle Day. And it's actually ongoing now. I just finished my program on Sunday. So yeah, we do it and we open it to public so that we can, you know, help them increase their level of awareness, which is really very, very good. Yeah, in helping protecting marine ecosystem. Yeah.
We are a very small NGO, so we don't have really departments. Everyone does a bit of everything. We have actually couple of people in our team specialized in communication. So for example, we work with sharks as well, and we are making a film about the relationship with Filipinos, scientists, but also fishermen and local community with the shark. And I think 2023, 2024, the next step will be a turtle film about the Philippines, especially Palawan. So there is many ways to reach people. I'm not on social media, so I can't really reach them that way, but you know, it'd be great to have specialized people that does the communication in the proper way.
Thank you for all the presenters. To close this session, I will just bring to the committee. It's so great data information that present on this session. I think the same on the other room too, but I think we need to have some comms team to work on this to bring to the wider audience. Yeah. So applause for this session. Thank you, Rusan, Regine, Christian, and Eric. So we back to the committee. What's our starting people to go to the first floor where lunch downstairs, ground floor, right? You have a
Dapat menjejakkan kaki di Paloh, Kabupaten Sambas, Kalimantan Barat adalah sebuah kebahagiaan dan keistimewaan. Selain dapat menikmati suasana pantai yang asri, di sini saya juga bisa menyaksikan dan belajar langsung tentang penyu yang merupakan satwa purba dan dilindungi. Pantai peneluran penyu di Paloh memiliki panjang sekitar 63 km dan menjadi salah satu pantai peneluran penyu utama di Indonesia. Di setiap tahunnya, lebih dari 3.700 individu penyu naik ke pantai Paloh. Sebagian besar didominasi oleh jenis penyu hijau atau yang dalam bahasa lokal disebut kambau. Pada malam hari, saya diajak menyusuri pesisir pantai demi menyaksikan penyu yang naik ke darat untuk bertelur. Ini pertama kali bagi saya melihat langsung penyu di alam liar yang merupakan habitat mereka. Agar peluang untuk menyaksikan peristiwa alami tersebut cukup besar, lebih tepat jika datang ke Paloh ketika musim peneluran, yakni pada bulan Mei hingga Oktober. Beberapa kelompok masyarakat siap mendampingi kita untuk melihat penyu. Mereka akan memandu kita melihat penyu bertelur yang sesuai dengan prosedur pengamatan satwa. Tujuannya, supaya penyu tidak terganggu akibat keberadaan kita. Terdapat sekitar 100 butir yang akan dikeluarkan penyu betina dalam sekali kegiatan peneluran. Kurang lebih 50 hari kemudian, telur-telur itu menetas dan lahirlah tukik atau anak penyu. Kita juga bisa melepas liarkan tukik ke pantai. Semua ini adalah pemandangan yang menakjubkan dan tidak mudah lekang dari ingatan. Jejak kecil mereka di pantai terhapus oleh ombak. Namun, harapan agar mereka bertahan hidup di alam liar senantiasa tersemat di benak saya.
Pendapat saya pribadi lah ya, untuk dikasih di camp di pos monitoring Sungai Belacan ya, bagus lah ya. Soalnya kan dengan banyaknya pengunjung, kita bisa memberikan edukasi tentang penyu yang dilindungi, ataupun cara melepaskan tukik harus tepat waktunya. Kalau pagi sekali, kalau sore ya di bawah jam 5. Nah, kita beri kasih tahu yang kayak kalau monitoring, cara pencahayaannya harus dikurangi. Kalau dari hari libur, misalnya dia hari libur lah ya ramai. Tapi kalau tidak hari libur, Sabtu Minggu lah yang nanti ada juga lah tapi tidak ramai ya. Harapan kedepannya untuk kita lah untuk tim monitoring, ada bantuan dari kawan-kawan kelompok wahana bahari juga untuk supaya lebih tercover lah kayak wisatanya. Kalau cuma kami berdua tim monitoring kan tidak mampu ya untuk meladeni orang yang kalau terlalu ramai.
Untukkan kelompok konservasi yang ada di Desa Sebubus, ada 3 kelompok yang menangani daerah konservasi. Pertama, kelompok Wahana Bahari, Kambau Borneo, Kampak Lestari. Ada 3 kelompok yang mengelola daerah pariwisata. Pariwisata konservasi yang di situ ada penyunya. Tempat penyu bertelur, kemudian ditetaskan, kemudian dilepaskan kembali. Kemudian desa melihat 3 kelompok yang mengelola itu sangat membantu pemerintahan dalam untuk menjaga kelestarian penyu untuk kedepannya. Dengan adanya 3 kelompok, alhamdulillah sampai sekarang konservasi penyu berjalan dengan lancar. Kemudian saya selaku kepala desa dan sudah berkoordinasi dengan kecamatan membuat satu slogan, seumur hidup melepaskan 1 tukik. Kalau belum melepaskan tukik, artinya belum datang di Desa Sebubus.
Selain melihat penyu, kita juga bisa menikmati madu kelulut langsung dari sarangnya. Madu kelulut berasal dari spesies lebah tak bersengat. Rasa manis dan asam berpadu di lidah saat mencicipnya. Madu kelulut menjadi satu di antara cara kelompok masyarakat mengembangkan perekonomian mereka, sekaligus menunjang kegiatan konservasi penyu di Pantai Paloh. tidak perlu khawatir terhadap kualitasnya. Proses produksi madu dari tahapan pencarian lebah, pembuatan sarang, pemanenan, hingga pengemasan telah melalui metode berkelanjutan dan ramah lingkungan. Pada waktu senggang, kita bisa menyantap daging kambing segar milik kelompok masyarakat. Dimasaknya sesuai dengan selera kita. Bisa dibakar, bisa digulai. Kalau kata orang Sambas, nyaman inyat. Sebagaimana madu, peternakan kambing juga merupakan cara kelompok masyarakat untuk menjadi mandiri dalam hal finansial. Hasil penjualan kambing sebagian akan digunakan untuk biaya operasional monitoring. Artinya, dengan berwisata ke Paloh, kita tidak hanya mendapatkan wawasan, kepuasan batin, dan pengalaman yang mengagumkan, tetapi juga mendukung kelompok masyarakat yang akhirnya berkontribusi langsung terhadap pelestarian penyu dan pengawasan pantai Paloh.
Kawasan konservasi pesisir dan pulau-pulau kecil itu adalah sebagian dari wilayah pesisir yang demikian luas yang mempunyai keunikan ekosistem yang harus kita lindungi, yang harus kita lestarikan, yang harus kita jaga supaya bisa dikelola, dimanfaatkan oleh kita semua atas asas keberlanjutan. Nah, itu di dalam SK Menteri itu tentunya sudah ada klasifikasinya atau kategori zona-zonanya. Yang pertama adalah zona inti, di mana zona itu adalah zona yang memang sangat dijaga, tidak boleh ada aktivitas manusia di situ. Kemudian yang kedua adalah zona pemanfaatan, ya. Yang ketiga adalah zona lainnya di luar zona inti dan pemanfaatan tadi.
Pengelolaan kawasan konservasi bertujuan untuk melindungi, melestarikan, dan memulihkan serta memanfaatkan sumber daya dalam kawasan konservasi sesuai dengan peruntukan zonasi, dengan harapan dapat memberikan dampak positif terhadap pelestarian dan keberlanjutan ekosistem serta sumber daya target untuk kesejahteraan masyarakat. Kawasan konservasi pesisir dan pulau-pulau kecil, Taman Pesisir Paloh, memiliki potensi wisata edukasi penyu. Hal ini didukung oleh pesisir Paloh merupakan pantai peneluran penyu yang terpanjang di Indonesia. Dukungan stakeholder seperti pemerintah daerah, kabupaten, kota maupun provinsi, kemudian dari NGO, WWF, kelompok masyarakat, maupun dari Kementerian Kelautan dan Perikanan juga sudah berkembang di sana. Saat ini kelompok masyarakat lokal di sana sudah mulai melakukan kegiatan pengembangan wisata, edukasi, serta melakukan kegiatan konservasi penyu. Kami berharap dengan adanya wisata edukasi ini diharapkan dapat menjadi mata pencaharian alternatif bagi masyarakat untuk dapat meningkatkan taraf ekonomi dan kesejahteraan masyarakat setempat dengan tetap menjaga kualitas lingkungan. Melalui pendekatan taraf ekonomi ini diharapkan masyarakat dapat semakin semangat untuk melestarikan, melindungi, dan menjaga ekosistem serta populasi penyu sebagai target konservasi di Taman Pesisir Paloh dan perairan di sekitarnya.
Di sini, jauh dari hiruk-pikuk keramaian, ada rasa tenang dan kegembiraan alami. Di sini, saya tersadar sepenuhnya untuk menjadi manusia yang turut menjaga alam. Di pesisir Paloh ini, saya bersatu dan berpadu dengan bumi beserta isinya. Menjaga penyu, menjaga alam, menjaga kehidupan.
Are you curious to see the other side of Borneo Island? An adventure to the tail of Borneo must be on your list. Coastal area of Paloh in Sambas district is Indonesia's longest nesting beach. Coast of Paloh is a home to 4 out of 6 sea turtle species in Indonesia, such as green sea turtle, hawksbill sea turtle, olive ridley sea turtle, and leatherback sea turtle. You will be a part of an effort to rescue this marine ancient wildlife and join a rescuer team to mitigate a decrease in number of sea turtle population globally. Together with local sea turtle rescuers. WWF Indonesia West Kalimantan program to involve the identifications of its population, threats, as well as to monitor it. You will meet Jack Efron from Baywatch in real world. Let us be a part in this project to save the earth.
Dapat menjejakkan kaki di Paloh, Kabupaten Sambas, Kalimantan Barat adalah sebuah kebahagiaan dan keistimewaan. Selain dapat menikmati suasana pantai yang asri, di sini saya juga bisa menyaksikan dan belajar langsung tentang penyu yang merupakan satwa purba dan dilindungi. Pantai peneluran penyu di Paloh memiliki panjang sekitar 63 km dan menjadi salah satu pantai peneluran penyu utama di Indonesia. Di setiap tahunnya, lebih dari 3.700 individu penyu naik ke pantai Paloh. Sebagian besar didominasi oleh jenis penyu hijau atau yang dalam bahasa lokal disebut kambau. Pada malam hari, saya diajak menyusuri pesisir pantai dan menyaksikan penyu yang naik ke darat untuk bertelur. Ini pertama kali bagi saya melihat langsung penyu di alam liar yang merupakan habitat mereka. Agar peluang untuk menyaksikan peristiwa alami tersebut cukup besar, lebih tepat jika datang ke Paloh ketika musim peneluran, yakni pada bulan Mei hingga Oktober. Beberapa kelompok masyarakat siap mendampingi kita untuk melihat penyu. Mereka akan memandu kita melihat penyu bertelur yang sesuai dengan prosedur pengamatan satwa. Tujuannya supaya penyu tidak terganggu akibat keberadaan kita. Terdapat sekitar 100 butir yang akan dikeluarkan penyu betina dalam sekali kegiatan peneluran. Kurang lebih 50 hari kemudian, telur-telur itu menetas dan lahirlah tukik atau anak penyu. Kita juga bisa melepas liarkan tukik ke pantai. Semua ini adalah pemandangan yang menakjubkan dan tidak mudah lekang dari ingatan. Jejak kecil mereka di pantai terhapus oleh ombak. Namun, harapan agar mereka bertahan hidup di alam liar senantiasa tersemat di benak saya.
Pendapat saya pribadi lah ya, untuk dikasih di camp di pos monitoring Sungai Belacan ya, bagus lah ya. Soalnya kan dengan banyaknya pengunjung, kita bisa memberikan edukasi tentang penyu yang dilindungi, ataupun cara melepaskan tukik harus tepat waktunya. Kalau pagi sekali, kalau sore ya di bawah jam 5. Nah, kita beri kasih tahu yang kalau monitoring, cara pencahayaannya harus dikurangi. Kalau di hari-hari libur, misalnya di hari libur lah ya ramai, tapi kalau tidak hari libur, Sabtu Minggu lah yang nanti ada juga lah tapi tidak ramai ya. Harapan kedepannya untuk kita lah untuk tim monitoring, ada bantuan dari luar, dari kawan-kawan kelompok wahana bahari juga untuk supaya lebih tercover lah kayak wisatanya. Kalau cuma kami berdua tim monitoring kan tidak mampu ya untuk meladeni orang yang kalau terlalu ramai.
Kan kelompok konservasi yang ada di Desa Sebubus ada 3 kelompok yang menangani daerah konservasi. Pertama, kelompok Wahana Bahari, Kambau Borneo, Kampak Lestari. Ada 3 kelompok yang mengelola daerah pariwisata. Pariwisata konservasi yang di situ ada penyunya. Tempat penyu bertelur, kemudian ditetaskan, kemudian dilepaskan kembali. Kemudian desa melihat 3 kelompok yang mengolah itu sangat membantu pemerintahan dalam untuk menjaga kelestarian penyu untuk kedepannya. Dengan adanya 3 kelompok, alhamdulillah sampai sekarang konservasi penyu berjalan dengan lancar. Kemudian saya selaku kepala desa dan sudah berkoordinasi dengan kecamatan membuat satu slogan, seumur hidup melepaskan satu tukik. Kalau belum melepaskan tukik, artinya belum datang di Desa Sebubus.
Selain melihat penyu, kita juga bisa menikmati madu kelulut langsung dari sarangnya. Madu kelulut berasal dari spesies lebah tak bersengat. Rasa manis dan asam berpadu di lidah saat mencicipnya. Madu kelulut menjadi satu di antara cara kelompok masyarakat mengembangkan perekonomian mereka, sekaligus menunjang kegiatan konservasi penyu di Pantai Paloh. Tidak perlu khawatir terhadap kualitasnya. Proses produksi madu dari tahapan pencarian lebah, pembuatan sarang, pemanenan, hingga pengemasan telah melalui metode berkelanjutan dan ramah lingkungan. Pada waktu senggang, kita bisa menyantap daging kambing segar milik kelompok masyarakat. Dimasaknya sesuai dengan selera kita. Bisa dibakar, bisa digulai. Kalau kata orang Sambas, nyaman inyat. Sebagaimana madu, peternakan kambing juga merupakan cara kelompok masyarakat untuk menjadi mandiri dalam hal finansial. Hasil penjualan kambing sebagian akan digunakan untuk biaya operasional monitoring. Artinya, dengan berwisata ke Paloh, kita tidak hanya mendapatkan wawasan, kepuasan batin, dan pengalaman yang mengagumkan, tetapi juga mendukung kelompok masyarakat yang akhirnya berkontribusi langsung terhadap pelestarian penyu dan pengawasan Pantai Paloh.
Kawasan konservasi pesisir dan pulau-pulau kecil itu adalah sebagian dari wilayah pesisir yang demikian luas yang mempunyai keunikan ekosistem yang harus kita lindungi, yang harus kita lestarikan, yang harus kita jaga supaya bisa dikelola, dimanfaatkan oleh kita semua atas asas keberlanjutan. Nah, itu di dalam SK Menteri itu tentunya sudah ada klasifikasinya atau kategori zona-zonanya. Yang pertama adalah zona inti, di mana zona itu adalah zona yang memang sangat dijaga, tidak boleh ada aktivitas manusia di situ. Kemudian yang kedua adalah zona pemanfaatan, ya. Yang ketiga adalah zona lainnya di luar zona inti dan pemanfaatan tadi.
Pengelolaan kawasan konservasi bertujuan untuk melindungi, melestarikan, dan memulihkan serta memanfaatkan sumber daya dalam kawasan konservasi sesuai dengan peruntukan zonasi, dengan harapan dapat memberikan dampak positif terhadap pelestarian dan keberlanjutan ekosistem serta sumber daya target untuk kesejahteraan masyarakat. Kawasan konservasi pesisir dan pulau-pulau kecil, Taman Pesisir Paloh, memiliki potensi wisata edukasi penyu. Hal ini didukung oleh pesisir Paloh merupakan pantai peneluran penyu yang terpanjang di Indonesia. Dukungan stakeholder seperti pemerintah daerah, kabupaten, kota maupun provinsi, kemudian dari NGO, WWF, kelompok masyarakat, maupun dari Kementerian Kelautan dan Perikanan juga sudah berkembang di sana. Saat ini kelompok masyarakat lokal di sana sudah mulai melakukan kegiatan pengembangan wisata, edukasi, serta melakukan kegiatan konservasi penyu. Kami berharap dengan adanya wisata edukasi ini diharapkan dapat menjadi mata pencaharian alternatif bagi masyarakat untuk dapat meningkatkan taraf ekonomi dan kesejahteraan masyarakat setempat dengan tetap menjaga kualitas lingkungan. Melalui pendekatan taraf ekonomi ini diharapkan masyarakat dapat semakin semangat untuk melestarikan, melindungi, dan menjaga ekosistem serta populasi penyu sebagai target konservasi di Taman Pesisir Paloh dan perairan di sekitarnya.
Di sini, jauh dari hiruk-pikuk keramaian, ada rasa tenang dan kegembiraan alami. Di sini, saya tersadar sepenuhnya untuk menjadi manusia yang turut menjaga alam. Di pesisir Paloh ini, saya bersatu dan berpadu dengan bumi beserta isinya. Menjaga penyu, menjaga alam, menjaga kehidupan.
Are you curious to see the other side of Borneo Island? An adventure to the tale of Borneo must be on your list. Coastal area of Paloh in Sambas district is Indonesia's longest nesting beach. Coast of Paloh is a home to 4 out of 6 sea turtle species in Indonesia, such as green sea turtle, hawksbill sea turtle, olive ridley sea turtle, and leatherback sea turtle. You will be a part of an effort to rescue this marine ancient wildlife and join a rescuer team to mitigate a decrease in number of sea turtle population globally. Together with local sea turtle rescuers, WWF Indonesia West Kalimantan program to involve the identifications of its population, threats, as well as to monitor it. You will meet Jack Efron from Baywatch in real world. Let us be a part in this project to save the earth.
Dapat menjejakkan kaki di Paloh, Kabupaten Sambas, Kalimantan Barat adalah sebuah kebahagiaan dan keistimewaan. Selain dapat menikmati suasana pantai yang asri, di sini saya juga bisa menyaksikan dan belajar langsung tentang penyu yang merupakan satwa purba dan dilindungi. Pantai peneluran penyu di Paloh memiliki panjang sekitar 63 km dan menjadi salah satu pantai peneluran penyu utama di Indonesia. Di setiap tahunnya, lebih dari 3.700 individu penyu naik ke pantai Paloh. Sebagian besar didominasi oleh jenis penyu hijau atau yang dalam bahasa lokal disebut kambau. Pada malam hari, saya diajak menyusuri pesisir pantai dengan menyaksikan penyu yang naik ke darat untuk bertelur. Ini pertama kali bagi saya melihat langsung penyu di alam liar yang merupakan habitat mereka. Agar peluang untuk menyaksikan peristiwa alami tersebut cukup besar, lebih tepat jika datang ke Paloh ketika musim peneluran, yakni pada bulan Mei hingga Oktober. Beberapa kelompok masyarakat siap mendampingi kita untuk melihat penyu. Mereka akan memandu kita melihat penyu bertelur yang sesuai dengan prosedur pengamatan satwa. Tujuannya, supaya penyu tidak terganggu akibat keberadaan kita. Terdapat sekitar 100 butir yang akan dikeluarkan penyu betina dalam sekali kegiatan peneluran. Kurang lebih 50 hari kemudian, telur-telur itu menetas dan lahirlah tukik atau anak penyu. Kita juga bisa melepas liarkan tukik ke pantai. Semua ini adalah pemandangan yang menakjubkan dan tidak mudah lekang dari ingatan. Jejak kecil mereka di pantai terhapus oleh ombak. Namun, harapan agar mereka bertahan hidup di alam liar senantiasa tersemat di benak saya.
Pendapat saya pribadi lah ya, untuk edukasi di camp di pos monitoring Sungai Belacan ya.
Cek. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to CTI Lesson Learn session. This session, there are speakers from CTI CFF representative, and the session will be led to Mr. Ahmad Saifullah. And Mr. Ahmad Saifullah, please welcome.
Okay, thank you, MC. Good morning, everyone. Afternoon, then. Then we are all awake. This afternoon, we will have our guests from the CT6 delegation that have made their way far away from this country, from their country. I will then invite the delegates from CT6 countries, from Malaysia, Pak Fadli, and then from Filipina, Miss Riza, and from Papua New Guinea, Pak Fagire, and from Timor-Leste, Pak Benvindo, and then last but not least, from Indonesia, Pak Fajar. Please welcome and take the stage. There you go, Miss Riza, then you'll sit over there. Pak Benvindo, Pak Fagi, Pak Fadli, and Pak Fajar. Thank you, and before we start the session, I will first introduce what CTI is. CTI is actually a regional cooperation that is connected between Southeast Asia countries and also the Pacific countries. There are 6 countries that are cooperation in this cooperation. There are Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, and then Papua New Guinea, Solomon Islands, and Timor-Leste. But unfortunately, our colleague from Solomon Islands didn't make it to arrive to Jakarta to join our session here. So we have CT5 countries on our stage. And in CTICFF, there are several working groups that deal with coral reef restoration, and marine protected area, and etc. The first one is Seascape Working Group, and then the second is Fisheries Management, the EAFM Working Group, and then Marine Protected Area Working Group, and Climate Change Working Group, and last but not least is the Threatened Species Working Group. So we are all here on our stage is part of the Threatened Species Working Group, and each year, every year, we always meet at least once, and the Threatened Species Working Group is now chaired by Indonesia and then co-chaired by the Philippines. So the cooperation has been started since 29, and without further ado, I will then start the sharing session of the sea turtles management and conservation in CT6 country. To start with, we will have a short presentation from each countries, and will be started. The first opportunity will be from Malaysia. Pak Fazli, would you like to start the presentation? Malaysia? You have 7 minutes to start with.
Okay, hello everybody. Good evening. Alright, my name is Fazli Long from Department of Fisheries Malaysia. Come here for the Species Working Group meeting, and today I would like to present about in general how Malaysia in management for marine turtle species. Okay, next. In Malaysia, we have done obligation for threatened species commitment and policies with international body like FAO, UNEP, GEF, CBD, National Policy and Biological Diversity, CITES, SDG Go 14, UNCLOS, and Asia Pacific Fishery Commission. Next. For national level, we have a law under Fisheries Act 1985, regulation regarding to sea turtle under Part 3, 4, 7, and 9. Next. And we have a relevant regulation under Fisheries Act for prohibition of method fishing, licensing of local fishing vessel, prohibited area, and control of endangered species for fish. And we have International Trade in Endangered Species Act 2008 due to CITES, and we have enactment for state on turtle protection. Okay, next. This is Fisheries Act and International Trade in Endangered Species Act 2008. Okay. The sea turtle we can find in Malaysia water in Sarawak, Sabah, Perak, Melaka, Terengganu, Penang, Pahang, Johor, and Labuan. For administration and management, we divide by Peninsular Malaysia under DOF. For Sarawak under Sarawak Forestry Corporation, Sabah, there's Sabah Park and Sabah Wildlife. This common turtle we can find in Malaysia. This is map for 3 authorities. Okay, next. In Malaysia, we also we have strategic partner like for local. We already collaboration with MRF, WWF Malaysia, MARSET, UMT, UPM, UMS, and internationally we have cooperation with CTI, IC Marine Turtle, and SIFDEC. Next. For marine turtle assessment in Malaysia, a total of 94 nesting beaches have recognized for marine turtle nesting and landed in Malaysia. Total 28 marine turtle egg hatchery was established. We have one national research center on marine mammal and marine turtle. We have 6 conservation and information marine turtle. TCIC was established actually is for Peninsula in Terengganu, Pahang, Melaka, Perak, and Pulau Pinang. I'm sorry I left slide for list for Sabah and Sarawak, but you can refer me later. This is how hatchery list in every state for turtle conservation and information center. Okay, next. Distribution of marine mammal and turtle in Malaysia. Okay. The body involved in threatened species conservation in Malaysia, we have MOT, Ministry of Transport, and RECC, Natural Resource and Climate Change, University, NGOs, mostly Sabah, and DOF and Malaysia, Sabah, and Sabah, right. Next. For Turtle Conservation Program Initiative, we have a lot program, as you can see on the slide. We doing turtle egg buyback scheme, beach cleanup, create a nursery, development of turtle MPOA, state law gazettement, and so on. Okay, next. Here's a sample of poster we distribute to stakeholder and local communities for awareness. Okay. Assessment criteria used by Malaysia to identify the conservation status of the turtle species. We use number 1 IUCN Red List, and number 2 is CITES NDF. For assessment criteria method endorsed by the government to determine the conservation status of the animal for biomass estimation, population study, and trade and marketing study. Alright. This is a specific program or project for specific species for marine mammal, turtle, dugong, and shark and whale. We have conservation. Oh ni, okay. We have conservation for sea turtle. We have conservation in incubation and release hatching. We have research project, rescue program, and data collection. Other indicators used for monitoring turtle species using satellite telemetry and population study. Okay. For issue and challenge in Malaysia, the major thing we can highlight same like other countries, I think. Number 1 is habitat degradation. Number 2 is pollution, IUU fishing, climate change, and bycatch issues. Okay, next. For SSME area, we have legal poachers, specifically in Tomustafa Park Sampurna, lack of awareness, human interfere at turtle nesting beach, turtle egg trafficking, selling and buying, and beach erosion on Turtle Island protection area. Next. The lesson that can highlight here, collaborative effort and community involvement are essential for effective sea turtle conservation. In Malaysia, sea turtle conservation have faced numerous threats including habitat degradation, poaching, and accidental capture in fishing gears. Over the years, conservation organizations, government agencies, and local community have joined forces to protect and manage sea turtle effectively. This collaborative approach has yielded valuable lessons, including community engagement, conservation awareness, law enforcement and monitoring, research and data collection, and international collaboration. This lesson learned from sea turtle management in Malaysia highlight the importance of collaborative effort involving various stakeholders, including local communities, government agencies, conservation organizations, and international partners. While working together, it is possible to achieve significant progress in protecting and conserving sea turtle and their habitats. This is, I think, my last slide. The way forward for Malaysia, we try to improve local and regional cooperation between the government, university, NGOs, international agencies, and foreign countries, especially statistic countries including Singapore, Thailand, and others. The new genetic tracing maybe complement for integrate with other monitoring methods such as satellite tracking or traditional tagging in implementation of conservation prioritization, migratory corridors and connectivity, illegal trade and poaching, reintroduction, and translocation programs. Number three, we're looking forward on strengthening cooperation, especially in the matter of turtle genetic detection, which involve legislation, policy, finance, testify program, training, and upgrading facilities and research. Last but not least, we are undergoing to develop a system called My First Malaysia Fishery Resource System that will include all the data about marine park under DOF, fish landing data, and also threatened species. If we don't have any problem, we hope we can launch the system on 2025. I think that's all from Malaysia. Terima kasih. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Fazli. I take note that there are 4 sea turtles in Malaysia, if I'm not mistaken from your presentation. 4, yeah? Mainly 4, mainly 4. So we have 7, the known species, 7 species of the world. So 4 of them are inhabiting Malaysian water. Okay, and also I take note that several challenges are including habitat degradation, and then also pollution and climate change, and also bycatch. There are several key challenges that are faced by the Malaysian government to conserve the sea turtles in Malaysia. Okay, then moving right along, we will continue with the next presentation from Pak Fagi. Would you like to start? Okay. From Papua New Guinea, please.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. Oh, good morning. Good morning. Yeah. I still continue what Ahmed has. Okay, so for Papua New Guinea, I'll just give you an overview of all the work that has been done in the country. So for over 40 years, or for more than 40 years, there's been a lot of work that has been conducted in the country. I'm sorry, I think my slides moved and the sites have moved. But we have 5 main areas which actually is this the pointer? The pointer is on the back. This one. So 5 areas that we've been working in. So much work has been done. Okay, and this is one of the biggest area that we have with green and especially green turtles here. Then we have green and leatherback turtles up over here. To this other side down here, we have a big rookery of green and hawksbill over here. Green and hawksbill over here. This one here, we have a big nest in here for leatherback turtles. All around these islands are all small pockets of green turtles that are, either migrating in from Australia or migrating out from Solomon Islands that come and use this area in order to stop, lay their eggs, and then continue the cycle again. So, as I have mentioned, over 40 years, turtle work has been continuing, and we have learned a lot of lessons. And I'm just trying to only share the lessons with you in how we have actually come from research as an NGO individual into working with the communities, local level governments, and even the national governments. Next slide, please. So I think the first thing that we've identified in terms of lessons learned would be coordination. And coordination is basically with different partners, stakeholders, donor partners, and most importantly, when you are working with the resource, the biggest challenge is to work closely with the government and the local level government. I think these two principal administration within the nesting beaches, these people are very important. I say this because of the sustainability of the turtle monitoring projects. Then we have clear levels of activities, clear activities that are implemented by each of the partners. When you have different partners, everyone is doing the same and spending the same money on the same thing. But we need to really be more idealistic in terms of being using the money more equal to cover all the other aspects of research and monitoring. Also, one of the challenges is actually looking at the centralized hub within the country. So you have all the turtle monitoring taking place, but if you do not have a central hub, then you tend to lose the focus of what you are actually trying to do. Most of the projects that actually work in PNG are only, when donors come in, they have specific targets. Once they get the targets, the project stops. And then the government does not take control, and the local government does not take control, and the local communities are asking, what happened? So these are some of the lessons that we have learned, but we have improvised on that, and we try to see how we can actually fit every partners in it. The other challenge that we've found in terms of since working over the 40 years period is funding opportunities. Now I say funding opportunities basically with linkages to corporate platforms. So how do we get the telecommunication company to become interested in turtle work, or maybe bilateral platforms between 2 countries or 3 countries? If we are working, how do we see this platform to actually provide funding to help? Funding is not only about money, but it's about kind as well too, manpower that we need to collaborate together. Then we have the MEAs, the platforms of the MEAs. Then I think this is a really big one, which is the ecotourism platform, which is actually, the platform that actually, because of the threatened species, we use what you call the green tax. So the green tax actually contributes in terms of promoting sustainable funding in terms of looking into the future for not just the project to start, but to keep on going, but on a small scale. But as I have mentioned, the funding, the platforms would actually see ongoing research, data collection, genetic sampling, even telemetry work that's going to be in the country. Thank you. And the next one. We have also learned that awareness campaigns are a very big tool. In our country, when they first started doing genetics for leatherback turtles in one of the communities that we were in, this community has a very close relationship with the leatherback turtle. So when the blood of the turtle starts falling onto the beach, the chiefs of the village says, "What are you guys doing? What are you guys doing? This is not normal for you to do this work in our beach. Our custom, our tradition, belief says that you are not supposed to use this animal in that manner." So, this kind of awareness that needs to be made with these local communities. I mean, right now we have grade 10s and university graduates staying in the village, so we can actually use them to conduct this awareness. Capacity building is also another biggest. We don't have research students. We don't have enough researchers. So we'd like to see how we can build interest in graduates from universities to get into science and work with turtle researchers and do all sorts of not only building young science graduates, but also looking at community champions. community champions, trying to train them. They keep on doing the community data collection and all that. We call them parabiologists, which are, they're not even graduates, but they're villagers that actually, and also capacity building and research. I think the last one is for governments to build very good policies, legislations, and I think this is something that within our country we need to work very strongly with it. You will note that on the far end over there, there's one lady selling turtles here with all the fish here. There's turtle meat being sold on the other side. So we need to actually do strong policies and legislations in terms of trying to govern the oceans. Also look at transboundary approaches, the processes, how we work on them, and basically harmonizing all the regional collaborators. For example, CTI to work with, I don't know, ASEAN and to work with other regional collaborators, other regional hubs, so that they can within this area we can all build good policies and laws to actually protect piracy or whatever research that we want to do of turtles being used. I think maybe the next slide. Yes, thank you, Badahari.
Thank you,
Terima kasih.
Badahari. Oh, terima kasih. So, I guess that was, thank you very much. Was that? Thank you. What does that mean? Oh, terima kasih. Okay. Thank you, Pak Fagi. So, I take note that lesson learned from 40 years of sea turtles conservation have faced many challenges, including coordination and also how to integrate the funding, various funding from various institutions, and also Pak Fagi also underlined about the importance of transboundary approach, including inviting regional collaborators to join the initiatives of the government of Papua New Guinea. Thank you, Pak Fagi. And the next lesson learned will be from the Philippines, Ms. Riza. I hope the slide is already there. Yep, okay, Ms. Riza.
If I may be allowed. First, because I am short, I'm not so tall. And second, I don't want to develop stiff neck. It's so difficult looking that way. Okay, so I am Riza Salinas. I am a veterinarian from the Philippines. I work with the Biodiversity Management Bureau under the Department of Environment and Natural Resources. Okay, just a brief background. So, marine turtle conservation started in the Philippines in 1979 under the former president, and it was initially named as Task Force Pawikan. It was directly under the office of the president with a 2 million pesos budget annually. So around that time, 2 million pesos is already huge. The functions of that task force include those that you see in front, but mostly on field investigations, info dissemination, and establishment and protection of turtle sanctuaries. But the focus before was just in turtle islands in Tawi-Tawi. But as the years progressed, many areas in the country started showing marine turtle nestings. The others were accidental bycatch in fisheries. So it started growing from just turtle islands in the down south of the Philippines to almost all regions of the Philippines. And in 1989, it was finally turned over to the Ministry of Environment and Natural Resources under our old name, the Protected Areas and Wildlife Bureau, and it was called the Pawikan Conservation Project. So as you see from that, Sorry. I made the wrong click. There. Okay, so you will see from that small dot down south with the arrow, as compared to the photo on the right, most of those are actually the nesting habitats or nesting grounds of 4 species that are found in the Philippines. Or actually we have 5, but the loggerhead turtle, the 5th one, it's more frequently seen as fishery bycatch. But all 4, green, hawksbill, olive, and leatherback, have established nesting grounds in the Philippines, or at least seen nesting in the Philippines. Okay, so these are the usual activities that we do. I think we are all sharing the same activities: tagging, nesting assessments, okay, nesting beach assessments, and then we also we don't forget to do interviews with the local community, validation and ground truthing. Oops. Okay, these are now part of the lessons learned from all these years. So it is very important to always involve the community, especially speaking or at least translating into their local dialects. So you will see we have a mascot, and we found that it's very effective, especially when it comes to school kids. Having a mascot is it's just a delight to see all the children running after our mascots. And then it's also big help if we have local radio programs, because just like other countries, we're also archipelagic, and not all islands would have access to internet. So radio, like the transistor local radio, is a big help to make people inform, or to inform people of the programs that we have on conservation. Dioramas or exhibits are also being done, and more and more regions in the country are now also having their Pawikan Festival. Adlaw sin Payukan, or Payukan, Pawikan, almost all regions have that now. And some activities would involve street dancing competition, painting and art sessions. So, sorry. Please. Okay. Oops. There. So at the moment, for the past how many years, all conservation activities were being done, but it was only in 2019 when we started putting everything down on a paper, on a journal. It's actually now, we call it the Marine Turtle Conservation Action Plan and the Dugong Conservation Action Plan. It's currently being reviewed by the Office Technical and Policy Review Committees, but I'm just showing you 2 photos of our consultation meeting, as well as our consultant. For others who are into or have been in conservation activities, maybe you would know him. He's the founder of our Marine Turtle Conservation in the Philippines, Mr. Romeo Trono. Also, it quite helped to have detailed instructions and guidelines and procedures to be disseminated to our local partners, to our field personnel. So these are just a few. We have manuals, rescue and response manuals on marine turtles and marine mammals where the dugong is involved. And then we also came up with guidelines for protection and management of nesting habitats, which also involves or includes lighting, beach lighting procedures. During the pandemic, one policy was developed It's the rules and regulations governing the conduct of marine wildlife tourism interactions in the Philippines. So these are just two of the photos that we recently did, although it was signed in 2020, but because of the pandemic, it was only just this year when we started disseminating and conducting trainings for boatmen and tour guides. So you will see on the right side that we used dummy turtles for the training. Just a few more slides. No. Okay, there. Okay, so we also have the Wild Leap, or this is for the wildlife enforcement officers, the law enforcement action plan. So we get to train personnel from the armed forces, so the National Police, the Coast Guard, the Maritime, okay, and they get to be designated as wildlife enforcement officers. So, but the next photo will actually show you how these wayos, how our designated enforcement officers are assisting us in apprehensions and seizures that led to us coming up with the map of the Philippines, where there are, or that gets to show the hotspots of wildlife crimes, not just on marine species, but wildlife in general. Next, please. It's not working. Okay, there. So one of my last slide. So the purpose now, or the objectives now, is to still continue supporting local communities, NGOs, the LGUs, and supporting researchers. We have on the screen is actually one of the projects of Lamave. It's photo identification, but it's only being conducted on green turtles. Still the process of learning and teaching people on how to go about it. Encourage citizen science. We're starting to develop an app for citizen or common individuals to start reporting encounters with marine turtles. We are encouraging also the declaration of local conservation areas, critical habitats, especially for marine turtle nesting beaches, marine protected areas. And I forgot to mention that the two photos below are researches with Marine Research Foundation, MRF, with Dr. Nicholas Pilcher, where we get to do in-water researches on the turtles there, as well as satellite tagging. And last, terima kasih.
Thank you, Ms. Riza. So, if in PNG, Pak Fagi told us that it's been around 40 years, then in Philippines, the conservation of marine turtle, as it started in 1979, so it's even more than 40 years. And she also underscored about the importance of involving the communities in raising the awareness of protecting the sea turtles. Thank you, Ms. Riza. So the next presentation will be from Timor-Leste, that will be presented by Pak Benvindo. Pak Benvindo, time is yours.
Thank you. First of all, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Benvindo. I'm a conservation officer under the General Directorate of Fisheries, Aquaculture, and Marine Resource, Timor-Leste. Next. So here's the outline. I'm pretty sure that most of the delegates from the City 6 has the same outline. Next. So the first point I would like to point it out here is regarding who will do the management for the turtles. So first, from the government side or from the government institution, all of the turtle management handled by the General Directorate of Fisheries, Aquaculture and Marine Resource, which is under the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries Timor-Leste. And the second, the management handled by the Secretary of State of the Environment. Next. So from the local and international agency, the first one is Conservation International Timor-Leste, and the second one is the at-sea Phase 2 project, and the third one is a local NGO, which is Timor-Leste, named Timor-Leste Ocean Art, which founded by the Timor Port Project as the environmental restoration program in Likisa municipality, specifically in Kaiteo village. And there are also three local conservation group. One is in Atauro municipality in Akrema village, and the other two is in Lore and Com village, which is in Lautem municipality. Next. So here is the current project that we've been working on. So in this year, 2023, we are trying to complete the conservation center in Com village, which is this project in collaborating with the at-sea Phase 2 project. However, the project that we already implemented in this year is first, we did a survey regarding to identify the potential area for the turtle nesting site in 3 municipalities in Timor-Leste, consists of Likisa, Bobonaru, and Manufahi. And then through all of the 3 municipalities, we have identified that in Likisa, there is 21 potential site for the turtle nesting site. And in Bobonaru, there are total 20 sites. And in Manufahi municipality, in total 12 potential sites for nesting turtle. Next. The second program was happened 2 months ago, which is a training on sea turtle conservation to the local conservation organization called the Hadome Group and Grupo Conservativo by the at-sea Phase 2 project in joint collaboration with the Ambiente Youth and General Directorate for Fisheries, Aquaculture and Marine Resource Timor-Leste. Next. The second activity in this year is the capacity building on the identification of the sea turtle and its conservation step for the conservation group in 3 municipalities, such as Lautem, Atauro, and Likisa. And in addition, we added Manufahi municipality as a new municipality that we are currently working to establish a new MPA in collaboration with the CTC Bali, at-sea Phase 2 project, and our institution, which is General Directorate for Fisheries, Aquaculture, and Marine Resource. So the fourth project is we trying to introduce the sea turtle by conducting the educational campaign, which is this program conducted by the Timor-Leste Ocean Art, or TOCAR, to local junior and senior high school regarding the importance of the sea turtle through the marine ecosystem and its conservation for the nesting site. Because we believe that it is important to educate our young generation in a younger age so that they could understand and they could know how important it is to be able to taking care of our action to not damage the marine ecosystem. Next. So the last program that lately we have focused in, we are just creating a poster, some sort of like educational campaign poster that we distributing to the local universities, local fishermen, as well as the institution, as the educational poster that will remind them that this is all of the protected species that we should taking care of. So as you guys could see, I already highlighted over there. So here is the turtle that we protected in Timor-Leste. Pretty much that all of the turtle species are protected, fully protected in Timor-Leste. Next. So the current turtle conservation effort location that currently we have been working with is at Likisa municipality. At Likisa municipality, currently being handled by the local NGOs we call Timor Ocean Art, and currently they still actively do their monitoring on the nesting site and conducting turtle release activities every Sunday, but it's depend on the availability of the hatchling. For the other two sites, which is Atauru municipality and Lauten also, we are still do the regular monitoring through the turtle pads and its nesting site. Next. So here is the just some of the activity that we've been done for the past few years. Next. So the challenge. So through the past 5-6 years, the challenge that we have identified, it's pretty much the same with the other country. So the first one is the limited funding and resource. We believe that in Timor-Leste, since it is a small and developing country with the limited financial and technical resource to allocate towards the conservation effort, makes it hard to establish more the conservation activity, especially regarding to the turtles. The second one is we still have a minimum awareness and education, because even though in Timor-Leste there is not much illegal trade, however, there is still some of the fishermen that still caught the turtle and eat it. So we believe that we still need more awareness education to be able to educate, especially the fishermen, because they still caught the turtles. So the third one, we believe that the habitat loss and degradation also affect to the population of the turtles in Timor-Leste. And the fourth one, as I've mentioned, the illegal hunting and trade. However, the trade is not that much in Timor-Leste, but the illegal hunting still happen. And the fourth one, since we still have a weak legal and regulatory framework, it leads to the illegal hunting. That's why, so we believe that we still need to strengthening our laws and regulation in Timor-Leste. The last one is the minimum scientific data, since there is not much study that being conducted in Timor-Leste, especially focusing on the turtles. So we still have minimum scientific data that could help us to develop our national ocean policy for the turtles, as well as to be able to at least get support from the partners to be able to help us on this. So we really hope that we will have a joint collaboration with the partners. We are open to the partners to be able to help us on this. Next. So what's the lesson learned that we learned from past 6 years? So the first lesson learned, we believe that it is important to include the community, because as we all believe that community involvement is the key to the success of any conservation initiative. So by involving the local community in the conservation of the sea turtles, the management strategy could be implemented smoothly in a partnership with the local people. And the first one is we think that it is important, as I've mentioned earlier, it is important to create more awareness program to be able to educate our coastal community, our youth, as well as the fishermen to be the most special audience that we need to educate in Timor-Leste, because they are the one that always do the illegal hunting things. The third one is we believe that sustainable development is important because incorporating with the sustainable development policy in management strategy is crucial for the conservation of the sea turtle. So such as policy should ensure that development activities are not conflict with the habitats of the sea turtles. So the fourth one is we still believe that in Timor-Leste we still need more regular monitoring to be able to identify all of the important or all of the potential nesting sites in Timor-Leste. Last one is the enforcement of the regulation, because if we want to avoid the illegal hunting, we need to enforce our laws and regulation to be able to make people understand that this is protected and this is protected by the national law in Timor-Leste. Next. So the way forward. We believe that by we're still open to all of the development partners to be able to help us on the activities such as turtle satellite tagging and monitoring in Timor-Leste. The second one is we are currently working to be able to establish more conservation group based on our latest study regarding to the potential area that just now I mentioned in 3 municipalities. The third one, we will conducting more environmental educational program that will be run, that will focus on in schools and the coastal villages. And last one, we will focus to, we'll try to launch our new MPA in South Coast of Timor-Leste as a conservation effort to be able to help the turtles. I think that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Benvindo. So there are several lessons learned that are actually pretty similar with the other countries, with the rest of the countries, like awareness and then habitat degradation. But there are things that is new. There is explained by Pak Benvindo regarding the needs of more study, more science, and also how to involve the youth in the community as the next generation to also conserve, protect our marine turtles. Thank you, Pak Benvindo. So the last presentation, but not the least actually, so will be delivered by Pak Fajar from the National MPA Authority in Pekanbaru. So Pak Fajar is the head of the office. Please, Pak Fajar.
Thank you, Pak Ahmad. Maybe I will stand either. Minta tolong diasrotin, Mas. Maybe I will combine bahasa in English since my English not too good, and I ask Pak Ahmad translate it in English. So thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. Distinguished all speakers and participants. Thanks for all having me present our experience about protecting our sea turtle inside of Pieh and Anambas National Marine Park. My name is Fajar Kurniawan. I'm head of National Marine Protected Area Office Pekanbaru, and my office is under of Director General of Marine Spatial Management, Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries. Next. So our office mandated to manage to national marine marine protected area in the western part of Indonesia. So near Sumatra Island. One is Pieh National Marine Park in Hindia Ocean, and then Anambas National Marine Protected Area in South China Sea, or we call it Natuna Sea. And we using zoning system to manage both of the National Marine Protected Area, which the one of conservation target is sea turtle. So our experience is not too long compared to other country. In Pandan Island, we start at 2018, which that island have sandy beach, which used as the landing zone of the sea turtle. And Bando Island also start in 2020, which both of the island is the habitat of the sea turtle. We have three kind of sea turtle: green turtle and housebill turtle, leaf red-leaf turtle, which 90% of it, more than 90% is the green turtle. And another one in the Anambas National Marine Protected Area is one of the, we have one site in Mangka Island site, which is one of the Indonesia outer island. We started last year and also have sandy beach, which used as the landing zone of sea turtle, which in that island have two sea turtle, green turtle and housebill turtle. And more than 90% of the sea turtle in that island is green turtle. And besides of this site, we also have two other one. First, near of the Mangkai is managed by the community, coastal community. They conserve that area to manage, to protecting the sea turtle in that area. And another one also managed by the private sector. So actually we have three sites in Anambas Island. Next. This our achievement since 2018 until right now. Yeah, in Pieh we found 1,682 nests, and then we also calculate the sea turtle eggs. It's 135,951 eggs. And then the hatching success is 88%. It's less than 90%. It's also become we're struggling why the number is lower than 90%. Is it because the climate change or other cause? And the hatchling release, it's 117,741. In Anambas Island, we found 800 nests, and the eggs is 73,000. Hatching success in that area is only 80%, and the hatchling release it's of 50,000. And we also have anomaly data in Pieh National Marine Protected Area. We only have one olive red-leaf sea turtle. And we also have the data, green turtle landing peak is during June until August. And we also have data, housebill turtle landing peak is February until April. And we deployed enumerator or conservation staff on the site, which is every site have 4 enumerators or conservation staff. They collecting the data daily. So when we do protecting our sea turtle, we embed to our national NPOA. Yesterday, Pak Edi I think have already explained about Indonesia national planning of action. Yeah, and this morning Pak Firdaus also mentioned about the protecting sea turtle policy. So both of the National Marine Protected Area is 2 of 20 priority location. Yeah, will be managed in Indonesia. And what we do in our national marine protected area, we conducting turtle data collection and research. Yeah, like I mentioned before, we collect the daily data. We have 11 indicators and include hatchling rate and spawning habitat suitability. And then we still struggling how to make the hawksbill turtle kinship network. It also I propose as the potential cooperation between our between CTI countries. Turtle tagging also we start from this year in Anambas, and then we also protecting turtle nesting habitat and migration corridor. We have already established West Sumatra Conservation Area Network. Maybe a little bit a story. Inside of our national marine park, we don't have a seagrass, which as the feeding zone for the turtle. But around of our NPA, which also NPA that managed by the local government, have the seagrass. So that's why we made a network, because as the migratory, that area also have to be protected, and we have collaborate with the local government to protect that area, and sea turtle become our same issues to protect in that area. And this year we also initiate a Rio Archipelagic Conservation Area Network. Based on our experience, we also promote the network in Anambas area. And also we do like clean up action in sea turtle habitat in 3 sites, and then we do managing integrated turtle conservation protection by strengthening sea turtle data collection method. Like I mentioned before, we also have a partner, the community group and partners also from the private sector. We also standardize the data collection refers to the fulfillment of the Turtle National Action Plan. Also, we also strengthening community participation for the turtle conservation. Not only capacity building, we also conduct conservation goes to school. And then the last one, handling sick and stranded turtles. We also still struggling to implement this action plan, like barnacles treatment of the landing turtles, observation and releasing stranded turtles, turtle buckets handling training. And our challenge, first, it's landing status of turtle conservation habitat, because the land is owned by the local people. So we invite them become our partner, to conserve the sea turtle, and also endorse to be ecotourism in that area. And we also face like illegal turtle eggs threats control and surveillance. We don't have mandate to do surveillance and legal law enforcement. So that's why we also invite like Navy, Police, and Surveillance Board inside of Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries to involve to protect the sea turtle. And limited research. We also don't have capacity to do research. We invite other university and also research board to involve, also NGO to help us to know more about the sea turtle in our NPA. And the last one, I also promote potential cooperation, maybe between CTI countries, like study and data sharing, migratory route, including satellite tagging. Maybe WWF can facilitate us, because it's very expensive. And number second is study on the DNA connectivity. And the last one is establish MPA network inside of the CTI countries. Maybe that's all my presentation. Thank you for your attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Pak Fajar. It is a good thing to also know that it is not only in our CTI region. So actually, Pak Fajar authority is not in the Coral Triangle area. Actually, it's in the western part of Indonesia. It is also interesting that the challenges are somewhat similar to what we are facing, like the community awareness, and then how to involve the local community. And we also face illegal
illegal poaching and etc. But it is also good to know that there is very much need in the aspect of research, collaboration, and also to understand the genetic. Is it actually the turtle that is landed in Malaysia also actually travels to West Sumatra or to Riau Archipelago? We need to understand more about that. Thank you, Pak Fajar. So, ladies and gentlemen, we still have time for discussion. So, I will invite participants to raise question if there is any question. Please, Pak, introduce your name and where you are from and who the question.
Terima kasih, thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Actually, I would like to, first of all, we do appreciate to all the delegates from this fantastic presentation. And I would like to underline at least 3 points at this moment. The first is, I think from after discussion between 5 countries and the 66 countries, it is important for us, for each 66 country, to start identifying needs related to aspect of the initiation of turtle genetic development. And then the second one is, yesterday Indonesia delegates arranged small discussion regarding turtle genetic. So that's why today, for the second suggestion or second offer from us, from Indonesia, it is a good opportunity to us, to 66 countries, to make a joint research regarding turtle genetic in such a particular or transboundary area. It would be in the Asia area or in Pacific. And the last, the third point is, it would be good if regional secretariat CTI, as well as the US agency and Australian agency, as well as donors, could be supported this initiative. I think 3 points I would like to underline in this afternoon. We can addressing more before pre-senior official meeting. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Pak Edi. So it's not really a question actually, yeah. It's just acknowledgement or yeah. I take note that that there is need for further research on the genetic, on the and that should be collaborative. So it is also a good thing, Pak, as we are here accompanied by our colleague from RS to support this collaborative needs, that perhaps RS can facilitate the discussion with partners, how to facilitate this these needs. Thank you, Pak Edi. I will then ask participants if there is any question. Otherwise, I will request comments or final thoughts from the CT6 delegates, from the key message or the closing statement. What is actually the lesson learned, the top of mind of lesson learned or need to strengthen the conservation of marine turtles, not only in your country but also in our region. So
So I will start from Pak Fagi. So.
Final thoughts. I think it's collaboration with the 66 countries. I think we just need to collaborate. Our turtles do not have passports, so we need to give them passports and safe passage wherever they are going. So the 6 countries, we need to collaborate. I think that's the biggest from my point of view. Thank you.
All right. So from my point of view, I just want to add what Pa Fagi just mentioned. However, I'd like to ask, I think it's better to have a good networking between the countries, as well as it is important to be able to expand our networking, not only in CT6 countries, if it's possible that we could expand to country to be able to learn the experience of each of the countries, so that we could try to find a better solution, or we could try to come up with the solution by learning from the other countries' experience on how to do a best way to do a conservation, especially focus on turtle conservation.
Okay. For final words, I mentioned already earlier, involving the local communities is a big help. Also, translating guidelines and policies into the natural or their normal dialect, or their local dialect, in their local dialect, is another way of encouraging them and supporting them and making them support government programs on conservation. Thank you.
I have 3 words. Number 1 is we need more research, and number 2 is we need more data collection, baseline data or specific data, and last, collaboration.
Okay, maybe the last one I cannot agree more with all speakers, because we have same idea. Also, Pak Edi. Last year I attend to a meeting in Philippines, in Palawan. Yeah, it's nice experience come to your country. They speak about their experience, how they build the network, MPA network in Mediterranean Sea, which there are a lot of countries in their place, and they have similar problem. By sharing their activity, by sharing their problem, maybe we can share the pain, or we can share our experience to other. And I think sea turtle is transboundary issues. We have to tackle it together. Maybe that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates. So I think from the final thoughts, I can conclude this session by only emphasizing one word: collaboration. I think collaboration is required. So that marks the end of the session, and give a big applause again to our colleagues and resource person. Thank you. You back to Pak Mas Roka.
Okay, thank you very much to the moderator and speakers for the presentation, so that we can get a lot of information related to sea turtle conservation management in 5 countries in Southeast Asia: Indonesia, Malaysia, Timor-Leste, Philippines, and Papua New Guinea. Speakers and moderator, please be back to have a visit. Thank you. distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, for your information, now in 7th floor, Olive Ridley room or Tulip Tree room is ongoing panel 2 session, and after that there is a poster session, and all of participants can give vote in QR code scan through the poster, and all of participants can visit that event. And ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of day 1 symposium. I'm thankful to all guests and participants of this ceremony. For the mistakes, I'd like to apologize. I do hope you enjoy this 2-day symposium. We'll meet again tomorrow at 8 o'clock for registration. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everybody. Keep healthy and keep fighting. Thank you.